housekeeping rules to make sure the workshop runs smoothly. First off, as requested by our guest speaker, please have your video switched on throughout the workshop, as it is one of the means to interact with our dear guest speaker. And to make sure that the workshop runs in an orderly fashion, participants can only unmute on the request of the Zoom master. Participants who would like to speak up have to use the raise hand function found under the reaction button. You can see at the left image there to notify the Zoom master of their request. And once we approve of that request, we'll request you to unmute. Then something like the image on the right will pop up on your screen. What you need to do is just click unmute. And from there, you'll be able to speak up whatever you want to say. So I hope we will all have a very fruitful session today. And I think time's up. So I will pass the control to our presiding officer, which is probably our president. So over to you.
So thank you, Zoom Master. Distinguished Toastmasters, Toastmaster and guests. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to University Malaya Toastmaster Club. We're delighted to host a workshop entitled Scripting Great Speeches Fast. I would also like to welcome all the participants who join us from various Toastmaster clubs and higher education institutions. My thanks to Distinguished Toastmaster Jon Tan for his support and being the speaker of this workshop, and to our Vice President of Education, Min Kang Presentation Mastery Level 1, for being the organizing chair of this workshop. My fellow Toastmasters, I'm delighted to share with you about the speakers for today's Scripting Great Speeches Fast workshop, Distinguished Toastmaster Jon Tan. He's the brand strategist for PR team from District 102. He's the international award winner for branding or advertisement, including World Best PVC from Worldwide and public speaking. This included Champion of District 51 in year 2003 and Impromptu speaking, which is also known as Paper Topics. He specialized in charismatic public speaking and persuasive communication, including emotive storytelling. And what's more, he also scripted keynote addresses, speeches, and messages for CEOs, business owners, and entrepreneurs at national and international level events. Furthermore, he completed 200 project speeches from year 2000 to 2003 and completed 10 project speeches within 10 consecutive Toastmaster meetings in 10 days at 10 different Toastmaster clubs, with evaluation by 10 different senior Toastmasters. My fellow Toastmaster, speech is necessary for learning, interacting with people, and for people to develop. Speaking means conveying a message through words of mouth. We express our ideas and thoughts, convey our feelings and emotion, and we communicate our message mostly through speech. Speech is therefore called communicative or oral skills. This signifies the purpose and importance of speech. Importance of speech is therefore undeniable. So how do we craft a speech? How do we craft a great speech? And essentially, how do we craft a great speech fast? Will serve as aims for today's workshop. And finally, I would like to encourage all the participants to turn on your webcam and be attentive throughout the session to truly master the art of scripting great speeches fast. Thank you. Over to you, Distinguished Toastmaster Jon Tan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Club President. I muted myself just now, and it was so tough that I need to speak to you. All right. Welcome to this very personal workshop. I call it personal because I started out as a very nervous speaker when I joined Toastmasters in 2000. By the way, can you hear me clearly? Please raise your hand if I'm clear. And I do notice, let me diverge slightly, a lot of videos are not on. Please put on your video because today is going to be very workshop intensive. So this is one way to commit ourselves to be workshop intensive so that you get the most out of this workshop, which is on the premise that your success equals our success, right? So please on a video. Get your workbook ready. If you haven't got it, the link is in the chat box. Now back to where I was. When I joined 2000, I was a nervous speaker. And this workshop, I do many workshops as a speaker, as a trainer, but this is really personal to me because this is my real life story. You like to hear a real life story about someone who was very nervous and one day became rather confident, and today I can write a great speech, really great speech, full script in 30 minutes. Would you like to emulate that path? Raise your hand. You want to emulate that path from nervous to confident to great speech writer fast. Please raise your hand, right? Then I know that you're at the right place because sincerely, this workshop is for your success, for your success. Now, how are we going about today's program? Briefly, there are 2 sessions. Morning is 9:30 to 11:30. And the second session is 2:30 to 4:30, 2 hours plus 2 hours. Actually, this program is supposed to be 4 hours and 4 hours. But today in the world of instant noodle and everything instant, we decided to trim down to 2 hours, 2 hours, which means I need a lot of cooperation from you lovely guys to be actively involved, right? So the first 2 hours and then afternoon another 2 hours. What does this program entail? There are a few key things we must know. Afterwards, I show you the key slide. I'm not using any slide presentation, but my slide is based on the workbook so that I could explain to you every page as we go on, because it's going to be very workbook oriented. By the end of the day, you got something really powerful for you and you start doing great speeches and do them fast. Wouldn't you like to know that? You got to do them fast, great, and do them fast. Morning, we'll cover few key areas. One is your intention. 2 is your personal brand persona. By the way, all of us are a brand. Just because we are not a corporate brand, we are still a personal brand. So your personal brand persona. And then we cover in the next segment, the target persona. Who are you speaking to? Many people make the mistake of not really analyzing, embracing, and I use a very big word, loving the target audience. We need to practice a lot of empathy, right? Like for instance, because before I came on this morning, I thought about all you. I know some participants who have signed up are actually experienced people. And many of you, I believe, are beginners. It doesn't matter. I will guide you through how to know your target audience, love your target audience, and so speech is targeted to who you want to speak to. Right? Remember, in life, we get it all wrong. I got it wrong as well last time. We thought I was the hero as a speaker. Now, let's have a paradigm shift. The hero is the audience. Love the hero, worship within inverted commas, give them what they want, right? And then afternoon, we'll go on into a couple of key areas as well. How to evoke emotion, then deliver your script, right? In Malaysia, we use the word accurate, not just play, accurate. Sure to strike, I promise you, if you follow the framework I share with you today. And finally, how can you write fast all the key elements, the many key elements? You notice a speech, How come someone is doing such a great speech versus someone is average? There are a lot of key elements, a lot of key elements. I have the advantage that a lot of Toastmasters did not have when I joined 2000. I come from a branding background. I also come from a creative writing background. And I also come from a background, I love the subject of self-esteem a lot. So I am a champion of self-esteem. Now, these three key factors will come up very strongly as I share with you today. The branding aspect, the creative writing aspect, and self-esteem. Not to worry with the word creative. A lot of people think that just because we are not in entertainment or advertising, we cannot be creative, right? We can be. Creative is actually defined as more than one way to do something. More than one way to do something. So open your mind up and be creative. Are we ready to roll? If you're ready, please type in one in the chat box. If I see a lot of ones, I get really excited. Otherwise, I can't get started. So notice how I'm making effort to engage the audience. Many speakers dare not engage the audience. Of course, when we started, it's about my own confidence. I can't even control my nervousness. How can I be connecting with the audience? Make sense? But we have to have this mindset of deliberately engaging the audience. I will share with you guys as well afternoon. Part of scripting is you start with the strategy of how can I deliberately engage the audience. It will go into your script, right? Exciting? Really exciting, huh? Now, are we ready? Just to check with you. Ready means two things. You are not only physically present, please put on your video. It's a form of commitment that you are going to be actively participating. Two, repeat. We have repeated many times and it's time to repeat again. Your workbook has to be ready. Have you got your workbook? If not, please download from the link. If you still can't get the workbook on time, please do yourself a big favor. Use A4 paper or your tablet or whatever. I will guide you through each exercise. And trust me, there are a lot. There are a lot. You can start doing your exercise on the spot. Is that a deal? Repeat. Get your workbook ready. Use the workbook. Spaces are allowed. Of course, some space you may need to extend yourself. If you don't have the workbook, or you have the workbook and you need to write, please be actively participating, because I promise you this will be one of the greatest workshops you ever receive. Not because I'm doing it, but because of the nature of the subject. From a nervous speaker to a confident speaker to a powerful speaker who can write great speeches fast. I promise you that. I promise you that. So get writing paper ready. If you're technology oriented, get your tablet ready, whatever form. You'll be sweating a lot today. You know the meaning of sweating a lot? You're going to be very active. My apologies, you're going to be very active. You got to participate. We have 2 hours officially, 9:30 to 11:30. We take a 3-hour break from 11:30 to 2:30, right? But I will be around after 11:30 session to assist question relating to the morning session. Whether 1 or 2 stay back, I'll be there. I hope 50, 60, 100 will stay back. Then I will answer your question. Remember, this is supposed to be a 4-hour session. We trim down to 2 hours. So you ask those critical questions, get your work done well. Get your work done well. Let us not wait till Monday. Then many things happen. get your work done well today. So I'll be around from 11:30 to 2:30, minus any technology glitch. I don't take lunch when I'm training. It's already in my mindset. I don't eat at all when I'm training. Yeah, but when I'm a participant, I eat a lot. So part of what I share with you this afternoon is program your subconscious. I don't eat when I'm training. This morning, I had 3 liters of water already. I woke up at 5 a.m. So as my voice will be fully awakened, right? Let us not do any speech when we wake up within half hour, 1 hour, right? Tendency for the frog to come out, right? You need a few hours to work your muscles, hydrate a lot and all that. Now, I'll be around together with Zoom Master from 11:30 to 2:30. Give for break, lunch for the Zoom Master, I'll be around. So feel free to stay back. It's not compulsory. That 3 hours, interact, get all you can, plus you still have some time, steal some lunch. Please be very active. That is my only request today. Is that all right? It's all right, put a 1 there. Chat box or raise thumbs up, whatever. All right. So I'm going to share a screen. Open your workbook. Open your workbook. Can you see the screen? Or
Yes,
rather
yes.
the slide? Yeah, please answer, unmute so that I know that we are all on the same wavelength and you could hear, you could see, and that's important. We're going to start with a prologue. For those not exposed to the word prologue, this is American spelling actually. British will be L-O-G-U-E. Prologue is something that is important, but it leads to the introduction. So we need a prologue. So get ready your workbook. We're going to start right now. One of the 5 key points I share with all of us today is your intention. Nothing great in life was ever achieved or ever done without intention. Meaning to say, I'm sure you heard it, nothing great in life happens by accident. How many of you agree? Give a thumbs up. Nothing in life is good for me to repeat. Nothing in your life, in my life, happens by accident. It happens by, could you unmute if you can? It happens by
Effort.
Effort coming from
Intention.
Intention.
intention. How do we get our intention right? This is a precursor to becoming a great speaker, a great script writer. And like me, I give you my real life experience from nervous speaker to a confident speaker to I can write a great speech fast in 30 minutes. 3 ways we need to declare our intention. So use the workbook, declare your intention. 3 ways. Why is it important to declare your intention? I don't know whether you're exposed to this very important quote. If you have a compelling why must I do something? You can endure anyhow. If you have a compelling why must I do that something, today's context is why do I want to write great speeches fast? Why do I want to go on the fast track communication path so that I can inspire the world and make the world a better place as well as make my life the most fulfilling ever? You can endure how? 3 ways we can declare our intention. All three ways come from raise your self-esteem, all right? When I first started as Toastmaster, typically, I hear a lot of people say, I have no idea to speak about. Some got started after 2-3 speeches, they stop. And they keep saying, I have no idea what to speak about. How many of you experienced that? Many, I'm sure, many. I was one of them. Because deep inside, especially Asians in general, we are not allowing ourselves to fully express. So in life, one of the 5 key principles of healthy self-esteem is honor your freedom of full self-expression. So this becomes my mantra for the last 15 years. First 5 years, I was still not so certain. Thankfully, 15 years back, I knew this. It's my daily mantra, M-A-N-T-R-A, something I repeat over and over myself, right? I have value to share. Second, I want to inspire the world. And third, this is my personal responsibility to share what value I have to inspire the world. Why? Because I want to honor my freedom of self-expression and raise my self-esteem, raise my standard, raise the hopes of people, inspire audience, transform audience. Make sense? Please declare this. I have value to share. I want to inspire the world. This is my personal responsibility. Do it every day until it becomes a way of life for you. Prior to a speech as well, do it as well. All right? Prior to writing a script, do this. Prior to delivering a speech, do this. Second way of declaring your intention also arises from self-esteem. To be exact, low self-esteem. Now, in the real world, by real, I mean away from the club, a lot of people use this phrase, this short phrase of, I have to. Example, let me mimic. Yeah, I have to learn presentation and all because I am now creative director, I am now marketing director, or I am now CEO, or even I'm now senior executive, or even I'm an executive. I have to be good in presentation. Otherwise, I cannot sell my ideas across. Otherwise, my bosses will get very upset. From today, my dear friends, if you haven't started, change your language. By that, we don't mean change from English to Mandarin. We mean change the phrases you use in your life. From today, stop saying, I have to be a good or proficient or strong or persuasive or influential, a powerful, reputable, international, famous, charismatic, whatever word you put there, public speaker. In short, I want to be a public speaker. Do not use the phrase anymore, I have to. I have to is forced upon me, F-O-R-C-E-D, forced upon me. There has no power. I want to is power. It comes from self-esteem. I want to is own volition, V-O-L-I-T-I-O-N. V-O-L-I-T-I-O-N is voluntary. What you vibrate is what you attract. I want to, the universe will come to you. I have to, the universe goes away from you. Now, starting from today, I want to. Extending from that, declare your intention also. Set communication goals for various aspects of your life. Corporate life, career, personal life, social life. Set communication goals. Many people do set communication goals, but they use the phrase, I have to. It's painful. I want to. It's a powerful why. I'm not going to say that I want to, life is going to be easy. But remember the earlier quote, if I have a compelling why for me to do something, to achieve something, I will endure anyhow. All right? We getting it right? Now we're going to move on as a fast pace, as I promised you. Normally, I don't speak so fast, but because of the nature of today's type programming, so I will speak fast. You could raise question by raising your hand. The Zoom master will watch out and allow him to pick the relevant hand because we cannot have too many. We decide to unmute you when your hand is up so that we have an interactive session today, right? I repeat, raise your hand from the next set of slide onwards. This relates to your workbook. You want to ask a question to get clarity, you raise your hand. Zoom master, Quimin will pick one, unmute, you speak, and the process continues, right? But please keep your question precise, concise. If your question not precise, concise, allow me to be a bit direct. Please get to the point and all that, because we have a tight program. Now, we're going to move on to the next key point, where your active questioning is welcome. Introduction. Ideation. Remember just now I brought up the feeling that a lot of people express, possibly you could have expressed it before, and even now, who knows? I don't have the idea. There are many ideas. I'll share with you some sources of ideas now before we go into the personal brand. There are three broad categories of ideas. And by the end of this morning's session, you would have 200 ideas for speeches. Is it great? That's how I did 200 speeches in 3 years, project speeches plus test speaker, etc., etc. I did about 300 speeches in 3 years, averaging 100 speeches in 1 year, averaging 2 speeches per week. Great speech, huh? Because I know about all these things. If you don't know today, take note. Ideas can come from 3 broad categories. First, established idea. That means it's already been spoken about. We can still use them. In mainstream advertising, we call borrowed interest. B-O-R-R-O-W-E-D. Borrow means we borrow from somewhere. And these are the many possibilities out of established area. First, folklore fairy tales. Aesop fable about the hen, the tortoise, Cinderella, Hunchback of Notre Dame, and so forth and so forth. Country or ethnic cultures, whichever country you come from, there are stories, ideas. Your own ethnic culture will have stories. Famous people, alive or dead, or life events, right? Famous people, Martin Luther King, etc., etc. Life events, movies, novels, non-fiction, 7 Habits of an Effective Person, example, the 1 Minute Manager, Who Moved My Cheese, example, etc., etc. Are you getting excited now? Just established area, there are so many possibilities. Let's look at more. Second category, your personal life. Your personal life. It is highly recommended we tap on personal life. Why? Because while you can come up with great ideas, great concepts, great key messages, we need evidential truth that I have done it, been there. Because if we just make a story about you can do it, you can succeed, you can get fulfilled, it becomes academic. People don't trust you so much. They don't trust them so much. They want you to give real life experience. You've been there, done it. Like this workshop is so personal for me. I've been there, done it, right? 3 possible areas: personal life, your true experience. Second, part true, part creation. Yeah, as we say, add spice and sugar. It's okay. Or you can adapt from the earlier established area into your own speech. It becomes your own recipe. All right. Third, fictional creation. 3 possibilities. You're inspired by an established idea about the hare and tortoise. You want to create something out of it. It's okay, huh? Then you're inspired by your personal life to create something from one facet of your life, a pivotal moment, whatever. It becomes a new idea altogether. And third, pure fictional creation. All right. So these are the ideas. If you want to ask question, please raise your hand and Zoom Master will ask you to unmute. So we will use this process throughout. Next, we're going to part 1. Your personal brand persona. Now this one, if you need to ask question, and I believe you would need to, please raise your hand and unmute. And we will answer the question on the spot, interactive. You will go into it. Many of us, thankfully, I joined branding advertising many years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known the power of personal brand. The power of personal brand, if you study psychology, is actually your personal social identity, PSI for short. Personal social identity. What is a personal social identity? From the time we were born, as we grow, and then teenagers, university days, and in corporate life, we create a personal social construct, which is part of your social identity. All right. Your personal brand persona or your personal social identity comprises 2 components. Please write it down and internalize it every day. Your personal social identity or your personal brand persona means the same, comprises 2 components. The first is your personal social construct. 2 keywords there, your personal and construct. If we understand the meaning of construct, you can construct anything you want. Am I not right? It's your own construction. Yeah. And the second component is highly extreme. A lot of people miss it out. Second component is self-esteem. All right. Personal social construct plus self-esteem. Right. As today I said, I cannot go to detail. I give you a big picture, whatever. Ask question now, if not ask afterwards to get clarity. Self-esteem is a very broad area, affects all humans in different activities. Look into 3 key areas for your self-esteem. Number 1, personal appearance. Not only women have a big issue with personal appearance, men as well. Huh? That's one area. Your face, your height, your size, your whatever. Yeah. Second, your performance skills. Communication falls under communication skill, falls under performance skills, and the whole works, whatever that you need to perform. And the third key thing to remember self-esteem is your social skills, how you interact with people, and so forth and so forth. Huh? Of course, communication would be included there as well. So 3 key things about self-esteem. 1, personal appearance. 2, performance skills. 3, social skills, right? Let's look into the various aspects and be ready to get into your workbook. Because of time, we will possibly allow, in fact, I plan 10 minutes for each of the exercise. There are 10 exercises here under 5 categories, right? Let's get started. Your personal social identity. Once you have constructed your social identity, plus add in your self-esteem values, we will come down, narrow down. Not today, you get started. By tomorrow and the week follow, you will come up with a neat personal brand statement about your identity. But all the homework, keep it as a reference point. We keep growing, we keep evolving. because it's a personal construct. Each of us is unique. Do we know that? Many of us know that, but we do not acknowledge. Huh? I am unique, you are unique. Because of that, you need to go into the process of introspection. Look inside huh? In your personal ecosystem, your personal ecosystem. Yeah? Each of us is built differently. We'll go into details soon. Huh? In the words of Carl Jung, if we plan our life, we plan our social identity, our dreams, our future direction, whatever. If we look outside, we continue to dream. If we look outside, we continue to dream. But when we look inside, we awaken, right? So look inside for all these exercises. First of the 5 categories, and inside we have some exercises. Who am I? First exercise we do is core values. There are 3 definitions of core values today we want to address. The first one is your personal priority in life. What is important to me, right? I will go to value 2, second perspective, value 3, that perspective, and then we allow you time to do that work. Huh? Let's look at all 3 at one go first. The second value that we concern about is the intrinsic worth or something or someone, which is what you treasure and love. Some of us love money a lot. Nothing wrong with that. I'm one of them. Yeah. Of course, I love character, but I love money a lot. Huh? Some of you love family a lot. Right? Some of you must go to nature a lot. Some of you, including one friend, she prefers to dive deep down to the sea. She said, down there, I am more peaceful than on earth. What she meant was, on earth, humans can be frightening. Whatever turns you on, what do you treasure? Third one, it's very relevant for our working life and in other aspects of our life. Third one, related to work, interaction with people's service, the way you prefer to work and interact with others, or the way you serve people, the way you prefer to work and interact with others, or the way you serve people. Yeah, those of you are still studying, you need to interact people, but if you go to corporate work, this is very important, how you work and interact with people, right? We have 3 choices. One is just follow whatever people tell you to do, which is also known as a floor mat. Would you like to be that? Number 2, you play along what we call in corporate world Tai Chi. Tai Chi, those not exposed to the term of Tai Chi is actually a Chinese martial art. It means you flow here, flow there, flow here, flow there. Flow as the lalang or the wheat flow. Or the third way, not to say you are not open-minded, you work in a certain way, also known as your style of work. Start developing your own style of work because it matters to your personal brand. It matters to how you journey through life. There'll be other value definition coming out of this third perspective. Your spiritual values, your family values, your personal growth values. This come under actually your segments of goals. We'll touch base with that afterwards, life vision and life goals. So any question before we get started with your real intensive workout into your workbook?
Yes, I have a question. Okay, John. Just now you talk about raise your self-esteem. Value to
yeah, okay.
Yes.
Before that, whoever asks question, please.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to raise my hand.
Raise your hand as well as give your name. Huh? All right.
Okay, so sorry. I get too excited.
All right.
Okay, and So my question is, just now you talk about value to share and establishing ideas, right? Those topics. I have a question. Right now, I'm a university student and I might not have experiences to share, especially in this COVID time. I may not travel a lot or experience the outside world, right? So staying at home. But since sometimes I have some topics I would like to share to let the viewers, the audiences know, but I'm not professionally in that field. So people might not take my words into consideration or even listen to me because I'm not professionally there, but I would like to share things.
All right.
What do you?
I'll answer you, and then for later, just for clarity, please raise question at the respective section, because this was ideation, right? I will touch on that. Later, all of us participants ask question related to that section, because I'm supposed to help you to do the exercise. All right. This comes from ideation. We answer that. I answer that. Ideation. What is your age now, Minka?
I'm 20 years old.
You have 20 years of experience to share with people. Why do you look at sharing what corporate people are sharing? You have time for that later. 20 years of experience, a lot of things to share. Challenges in life, struggles in life. Have you gone through? Pivotal moments. No challenges in life. I don't believe.
Yes. Not but as during previous years.
I don't believe that. Nobody ever goes through life without struggles and challenges. Nobody. Right? So it's a good reaction from you. Allow me to be direct. Don't go into self-denial of what we go through life. A good speaker is a hero, so to speak. You promote good motivation messages, key values. You also allow yourself to be vulnerable. I'm sure many of you heard of the term vulnerable, vulnerable. You watch movies, even Iron Man, a super powerful hero, has downtime, struggles, challenges, issues in life, conflicts in life, dark moments in life, the dark side of you, right? So never allow us to go into self-denial. Mingkang, reflect on that. Reflect on that. Allow ourselves to be transparent. Yeah? Champion for what you do. I have my dark moments, because no one in the audience will buy into a speech where I can do it, you can do it. But where is your evidence? Where is the struggle you go through? I want to know that. There is what we call pain point, which we cover in the afternoon. All right. Question from Chai Shui Chi, right? I hope I got your name right.
Yes.
The cat asking question or you?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
As loud
Okay.
as possible, yeah?
Yes. My question is, I also got some experience want to share during my speech, but sometimes I feel my opinion is too extreme. I'm not like other, because I think everyone's idea is different. Everyone's opinion for their life and for their journey, for their experience, their feeling, their idea is different. But sometimes I feel my idea is too extreme. So while I do my speech, can I share
extreme example?
Example is like
be a suicide bomber. That is extreme.
Okay. I share some. For example, when I do teamwork, I'm the leader in the team, but I feel when I find members, sometimes if I find some friends, a very nice friend, but after that we got some arguments with them. I feel if I do teamwork with them, I feel nervous, or maybe my relationship with this good friend will be broken. So, but I feel it's also true.
That comes from self-esteem. That comes from self-esteem, not allowing yourself to be open-minded to other perspectives, right? But that doesn't rhyme with our today's session. Today's session is about speech making, all right? But partly I can answer a questions, session 2 afterwards, on knowing your target audience well. The people working with you are your target person. You communicate to people, you speak to people, you must have empathy of their perspective. All right. So we leave it at that. Huh? So we keep our question and answer short to the point. Any more question?
No.
We have a question from the chat box, which was asked quite some time ago. So it's from this person called Chiang Ting. Greetings and good day. I have a question here. If we are using the adapt established ideas into our own speech idea, do we need to quote the one who established the original idea?
Very good question. In future, please raise question live, not through the chat box, because sometimes I'm not going to look at the chat box at all. So make it live. We may miss out a question. It's always good to quote your sources. Always. Because we don't want to make a speech from an established idea and someone say, hey, that one sounds like Hare and Tortoise. Oh, that one sounds like Cinderella. So it takes away the magic of your power idea. You could quote it, put your own experience and convert like one of the possibilities into your own idea that you have lived, L-I-V-E-D, that possibility. All right. Next question anymore? Otherwise we have to wrap, we have to go on to the next.
I think you can proceed, Toastmaster.
All right, we proceed. So please do your exercise immediately, the 3 types of value. Get started. As we know today, you cannot have a thorough exercise done. Get started. The 3 types of value. 1, what is important to me? Values come from beliefs. What I hold to be right or wrong. What I hold to be good or bad. What I hold to be true or false. Repeat, just in case some of us are not aware of. The values come from beliefs. What is important to me as a value comes from beliefs. What I hold to be right or wrong. What I hold to be good or bad. What I hold to be true or false. Beliefs come from influences. All right. So backtrack. Influences come from the day you were born, then to immediate family relatives. Then we start mixing with people. Then we go to school. Then we go to corporate life. 2 other big influences. The media. Media means whatever that comes up from media, whether politician or whoever in life, human form, they communicate. And another very key area, religion, right? So backtrack. These are the influences that make you form certain beliefs. And with those beliefs, you start to have value, right? 1 is personal priority. 2, your intrinsic work, what you treasure, love. Whatever comes to mind, put it down. Whatever comes to mind, put it down. Don't think so much, so that we be truthful to yourself. And the 3rd, how would you prefer your style of working and interaction with people, to serve people? I give you just 2 minutes to put your quick thoughts down, because as I said just now, we have to move on to the other exercises. There are 9 more. Give you 2 minutes for that, and then we move on to the next one. What's important to me? 2nd, what do I treasure and love in my life? And 3rd, what is the style of work that you want to? Are you doing it? If you're doing it, do you want to continue or you want to modify? If you don't have a style of work yet, start defining. It will make you better communicators, better team players. One more minute. By the way, there is a list sent together with the workbook, a list of values you can refer to. Mingkang, have they got the list of values and list of personality traits?
Yes, it's in the same link as workbook.
If you don't have it with you, go to the workbook link. Apart from the workbook, there are two documents. One is list of possible values, and the other one is list of personality traits, which shall be going shortly. Next. So 2 minutes up, we will proceed. Refer to, as I said, the list of values and the list of personality traits as triggers. We know in life, values is a very broad scope. If you check the English dictionary, the current version, there are easily 20,000 over possible values. Personality traits, there are 20,000 over. The list we give you about 100 over, 200 over. It serves as trigger to get you started. And then be very exact to your choice of values. And now let's move on. We allow 10 minutes for each exercise. Next, your personal essence. You know, the essence, we talk about the essence of a fragrance. We talk about the essence of chicken. Yeah, we boil until the whatever that is important, nutritious comes out of it. Essence. Famous people in life, and hey, you and I can be famous. A lot of people thought that to be famous is a sin. It's not a sin to be famous. The famous people in life, Mahatma Gandhi, right? Peace without violence. P-E-A-C-E, not P-I-S-S. Peace without violence. Martin Luther King, 1960s, I have a dream, because he stood up for, used his life to champion equality for all, regardless of race, creed, color, right? And so forth and so forth, right? My essence is freedom of expression and freedom to travel and freedom to be. That's why my favorite icon is in life is the eagle. Fly high. I need freedom, because essence is described as the main characteristic of a person or a brand. You take away this characteristic, this essence, the person does not exist. Typical like you, there are many values that are important to me, yeah? And freedom is one of them. But you take away freedom for me, I might as well cease existing. It is as powerful, as important as that. That's why the right term to use is ideal, almost a perfect word, ideals. Your essence comes from values, all right? Give you 3 minutes for this, because we have a longer exercises afterwards. 10:23 now, 3 minutes. Out of your values, my second essence, of course, you have many possible essences and you narrow down to one. Number one is freedom. My number two is education. Thank God I was raised in a family, not wealthy, but I had all the education that I needed up to university level. Because that was my dream as a young boy. All right, question. Ong Zi Ken, right?
Yes, I'm Ong Zi Ken.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. John. Hi, Mr. Tan. Okay,
Copy,
so
John.
may I ask? Okay, sure, no problem. So may I ask, since I need to write the main characteristic, so should I write my personal traits?
Your personal traits.
Personal traits, or
We haven't
Did
gone
you-
to personality yet. We're on essence.
so
Have you done
what
your values?
I
Have you started?
not yet.
You must do your values because your essence comes from your values. By the way, the exercises are sequential, so we cannot jump one. It's sequential. So do your values, at least one or two, then you can arrive at this. All right. Then the next question, any more? Another person, I mean. Yeah?
Okay, John. So no, actually, basically, yes, I accidentally muted myself. So now I just want to clarify that. So I should write my value for this question, right?
Yeah, of course. Your exercises you have to do for yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Strictly for yourself. Huh? We're not doing these exercises from the context of what I think is important for humans. I'm not making a mockery. Yeah? Because sometimes people think this value is important, this essence is important. We're not. We are strictly going to a personal self ecosystem context. To put it crudely, we're in a selfish exercise. It's okay to be selfish. Know thyself. All right. One more question before we move on. On essence and values, they are related. No more. We shall move on to.
There's one question. Sorry, we have from Xueqi.
Xueqi, yeah. Yes. Yes, Xueqi.
Hello, I have one more question. Because currently I do a lot of speech, but I find one problem when I find the value, because before I start my speech, I need to prepare my draft, what I need to talk in my speech. When I find my value, I find some problem is that sometimes I find my opinion, sometimes it's very got contradiction.
Contradiction.
Yes, you know.
Not to worry. Afternoon, we'll go into target persona. Yeah, I believe we can get clarity from that. Yeah.
Can I just take a small example?
Example. In pure basic communication, fundamental communication. All right. 3 things must happen. 1, clarity of what I want to say. I think you're practicing that, right? Clarity of what you want to say. Even if it means it ruffles some feathers, all right?
Yes.
We need to look into the second factor before we start scripting or speaking, which is what does the target audience, or in simple English, what do they want to hear? And how do they want to hear it? What do they want to hear and how they want to hear it based on your clarity of message. All right? We'll cover that afterwards in the target persona. Third factor is whenever we speak in the context of public speaking, the third factor, inspire and transform. All right? Bear in mind. Huh? So we shall move on. Thank you, Xueqi, for your question. We shall move on to the next exercise. Personality trait. As I mentioned just now, values and personality are very broad scope areas. The original word of personality comes from Latin, persona. Do you know what it means? It actually means a mask. mask. So in life, I'm sure you know a lot of people wear their mask, not their true self, whatever, including yourself, including myself. But since I learned branding, I don't wear other masks. I wear my true face. All right. So personality is the image you project to the world. How you dress, visual. How you speak, how you write, vocal. And the basis of how you project yourself visually and vocally comes from your character. Am I not right? Unless you pretend to be saying something just to please people. If you operate from your character, your visual and vocal, they should work in tandem, right? I repeat, 3 ways people can make a perception of you from the word perceive. Perception. By the way, no one perception is the same for everyone. Everyone, if you have 1,000 people looking at you and sort of gauge your personality, will have 1,000 possibilities of perception, right? Which is, how do you come across to the individual in terms of your visual communication? Yeah. Our appearance is a form of communication. Your vocal, what you say, what you write, and your character in terms of your behavior. All right. So I give you 5 minutes for this. What would be your key personality trait? There's a list of possibilities, serve as trigger, 100 possibilities, right? You may not find your positive trait there. As we said, you can't do all your exercises thoroughly today. You got to get started. I got started in this process 20 years ago because I was exposed to branding. So over the years, I evolved and evolved and evolved. So my personal traits are very clear. Just to share with you, I'm high on intuition. I'm high on versatility. I'm very versatile. I'm high on generosity. There was one workshop I did, complimentary 250-page workbook. That is my personality. I'm high on quirkiness and witty. I'm a witty person. I'm humorous by nature. Yeah. And I love to inspire people. See, I'm very clear cut of my 5 personality traits. You cannot arrive at 3 to 5 just like that. You get started 100, 200, narrow down to 75, narrow down to 50, narrow down to 15, and finally narrow down to 5. Why 3 to 5? Because people cannot remember more than 5, even more than 3. Even you and I perhaps cannot remember. If I put in my personality trait 25, in your workbook you can, but you have to narrow down to 3 or 5. In corporate branding, the trend now is 3. Personality trait, 3 core values, because everyone must know, not just you. All right. Any question on this? Yes, Minkang, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. So, hey John, my question is regarding personality traits. I do have some positive ones and some negative ones. Like I'm not a very good listener.
Good question. Very good question. Thank you for that question. Today's exercise is about positive. So don't put my personality bad temper, rude. Don't, the opposite. If you are bad temper, what is the opposite of bad temper? Cool, right? So your personality trait is either who you are now or who you aspire to be. Right? Great question. Only positive. But acknowledge your bad traits, thereby we convert to positive. Yeah, $1 million question. Thanks for that.
Thank you so much.
Values the same, personality the same, essence the same. Any more question? Yeah, Huzam? One more question and we have to move on. Yeah.
As I am watching the list of personality traits that you have
Could you
sent us.
speak louder, please, Huza?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, and slower, please. I couldn't get you.
Yes, as I was watching the list of personality traits that are posted on the link,
Yeah.
I couldn't really differentiate between how to differentiate between personality traits and what I wish for to become a personality trait. Because some of the things that I am looking at, the words,
Not in the list.
no, they are on the list, but I don't know, is it really a personality trait of mine, or is it something that I wish I could acquire as a personality trait?
Again, please repeat your last sentence. Is it something
Is it really a personality trait of mine, or is it something that I want to become a personality trait?
Good question. There are three ways. One, this is what I am now. By the way, we also put in the link, separate link, I believe, do personality tests. There are 3 tests we could do online free of charge: DISC, MBTI, Big 5, or Ocean. The many personality tests, these 3 are very famous and popular. Why? Because they are rather effective. From there, you could have 3 possibilities to do your personality test, right? And for your exercise as well, right? Number 1, this is who I am now. Yeah. But life is about not who I am now. Life is about who I am now looking into the future. Make sense? To achieve vision, to achieve goals, to become a famously phrased better version of myself, right? This is who I am, right? Does it work? Work, retain. If not, you modify. Second possibility. Third, we evolve. I wouldn't like to use the word change because it's about evolving. After we look into what is your vision, the person you want to be, your goals you want, then we backtrack. While these exercises are sequential, they are also interlinked. Yeah. So over the next week, backtrack and interlink. Yeah. So 3 ways to identify a personality trait. Before that, I emphasize there are only 100 possibilities there. We used it for corporate branding and personal branding, but they serve as triggers only. There are many, many more in the dictionary. I say English dictionary because English dictionary is a mixed language. They are from other languages as well. So it becomes a very broad treasure trove of personality trait. First way, this is who I am now. This is the image I project, right? This is the way I behave. This is the way I communicate. Second, modify. Yeah, modify. For instance, if I'm like Swaychi, hope I got her name right. The things I want to say, sometimes people cannot hack it, HSTK. So should we modify? Swaychi, should we modify? You know what I mean? Because life is about social communication. Because no man is an island, no woman is an island. Say what you want to say, behave the way you want to behave, but you have to be socially correct, all right? Not at the expense of losing your identity. And the third is evolve. Come up with something new altogether, all right? I was not a very, what they call it, tolerant person before, to put it squarely. I was bad-tempered in my earlier days. Right? Bad temper serves you well or not, Musam? Or anybody today? Nobody wants to be with you, isn't it? So I want to be socially correct, work in the team, be a leader. I have to modify, right? Still, now and then I could erupt, right? So I evolve, make the change, I evolve. Now I'm known as the cool guy. One of my speeches I do is fire and ice. Use your passion, use your energy, temper to drive you, get what you want. But when you want things from people, behave like as ice, cool as ice. Make sense? As I modify, evolve, I got a new speech. And keep on looking for ideas like there. Lots of ideas coming on from our own life. Huh? So Ming Kang, remember, you already got 20 years of ideas to share. Huh? Don't be greedy, look into corporate ideas yet. Next time, all right? Any more question before we move on? Please put in. Look at your list of 100 possibilities, serve as trigger. Repeat, some of your traits would not be there. All right? Done. We're going to move on. We're going to move on. Please don't fall off the train. Huh? We're going to go at a fast pace. Next. Just now, we started the 5 key categories. Who am I? Look into your personal ecosystem, right? Who do I want to become? In simple terms, what is my life vision? All corporations, if they're still around, every year they keep to a vision. 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, if it works, stay with it. If not, you modify. If not, you evolve, right? Same with humans, right? Same with humans. So what is your life vision? Ask yourself. I'm sure you'll be asking this. Huh? By the way, all these exercises, somehow, some of you are very young at a teenage and coming on to adulthood, right? Some of you could be mature. You would have been thinking about this a lot, but have you put it down on paper or on your tablet? Have you put it down? Because in the head is not good. You got to put it down, right? So what are my deepest desires? My own, based on my ecosystem, my deepest desires, my aspirations, my ambitions for my future direction. The person you want to become, all right? Give you 5 minutes for this. Now it's 10:41. Who is the person you want to become? Are you moving ahead to your vision? Some of you have already decided a vision. Have you derailed yourself? Have you strayed? Do you like to get back on path? Or just like the pandemic, do you want to make a modification? Do you want to make a change? You could evolve your vision, even change your vision, which is drastic. Huh? The popular term today is pivot. Huh? Do you like to pivot, reinvent yourself? But treat this exercise very seriously, dear to heart, because it's the vision that takes us forward, not the goals. Any question? Please raise your hand. Remember, these exercises are sequential, but they are interlinked. Where do you want to go for the future? The person you want to become relates to your personality traits, relate to your decided values, what's important to you, what you treasure, your style of work, your practice of spiritualism, if you are spiritual, your love for whatever aspect of value, and of course, your essence. They are all interlinked. Question, please raise your hand. 3 more minutes for your live vision, the person you want to become. One more minute.
John, we have a question.
Today you win the best questioner of the day. All right.
Hello. I just want to I just want to discuss I feel in my life perspective, in different perspective, I have different dreams. I have different visions.
Phases of your life with different dream, different vision. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
It is normal. It is normal that we evolve in life. Huh? Actually, there is a French saying, people don't change, only our priorities change. That means what we want to be, you feel like you're changing, it's already inside you. It's just that at face life, your priority would change, right? For instance, a woman would have certain dreams, and then one day she got married, the dream may evolve to something else. Huh?
Yes, true. When I go someplace, I got new dream to come out.
You know, dream. Everyone has a dream.
Yes.
Only difference is some people dare not dream and dare not let people know their dream. Huh? By letting people know my dream is not for ego purpose, is for declaring what you stand for. Yeah?
Yes,
right?
and in speech, can I, because different perspective got different ideas, can I in one speech combine together? But sometimes
you can, later part of your life, say another phase of life, you can make the speech that you have evolved. But most important, if humans or corporations, because of conditions, you change, evolve, why bother to write down your vision in the first place? You're going to change and evolve anyway, right? Over the years,
yes.
right? But if you don't write down, how do you evolve? You can evolve something that is already there. Otherwise, allow me to be direct, we are just capricious. C-A-P-R-I-C-I-O-U-S. C-A-P-R-I-C-I-O-U-S. Cannot make up your mind. Let us not operate in the head. Let's operate on paper, because in the head, many things float. There's no power. There's no corporation. I'm not being sarcastic here. There's no corporation where the CEO, our vision is in my head. Just follow me. Some companies do that. Nobody followed the CEO and the company closed, in fact. All right. You got to put it down. Yeah. Then practice it for 5 years. Vision is usually 5-10 years. Later, you may modify, you may evolve, and then do another one. It's a yearly exercise, in other words. Yeah. All right.
But one feeling is that after I read down, I feel it is far away from reality. I feel it's hard to achieve in a short time. It will be a very long time.
All right. All right. Many of us humans, this is a quote from Tony Robbins, we We want to achieve in a short time what we can achieve in 3 years to 5 years. Don't go into that mindset. Look into achieving something 3 to 5 years and then break down to smaller goals, which is our next exercise. Huh?
Okay.
In the short time, we cannot achieve so much. Yeah? In the 3 to 5 years, we can achieve a lot. Many people underestimate what they can achieve in 3 to 5 years and overestimate what they can achieve in 6 months to 12 months. Bear that in mind. Huh? But of course, they are the super energetic people because they have a huge compelling why. Then they can go into any how. Huh? All right. We shall wrap for this. Thank you for the question. We move on to the next. You got your vision. What would be your life goals? The many categories of goals, because today is not a goal setting workshop, but just to allow us to be sure, many categories of goals, your overall life goals. What would your life goals be to support your life vision? Where do you want to go? What are the goals that you have? Break into milestones. Within 1 year, what should I achieve? Within 2 years, what should I achieve? Within 3 years, what do I achieve? It is in tandem with the vision. And then we have segments of goals, right? Like myself, I have 6 segments. There are 20 over categories of goals. If you want to live a work-life balance, all of us aspire to have work-life balance. Work-life balance can never be achieved 100%. Please be aware of that. Huh? Then why do we want to set work-life balance? Well, at least it's a reminder that I don't get carried away with work and become a workaholic. I don't get carried away with adventure and just play. Career matters, family matters, so forth. 20 over categories. I narrow down to 6 segments, and then each of it I put inside. Huh? So as I said, today is not a goal setting session. We shall not go into detail on that. Huh? You segmentize. Health is one segment, career, finance, another segment for me, personal growth, another segment for me, social contribution, another segment for me, exploring the world is another segment for me. Yeah, so you later you go into segmentization. Any more questions for this before we move on to the next exercise? Of course, you would have heard a million times, set goals based on the SMART method, S-M-A-R-T. Yeah? You just go online, you just put in the word S-M-A-R-T, the explanation is all there. Specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound. So far, so good. Those of you who do not ask the questions, I hope you are still keeping the pace. Yeah. Otherwise, any need for clarity, do ask question. Huh? Please be actively putting your first effort into these exercises, then at least you get started. Huh? No question, we shall move on. We started with just now, who am I? Then we move on to who is the person? Or what is the person I want to become? Now we go into something very critical for those who have joined the corporate world. Your positioning. How do you position yourself versus your peer competition? Huh? Much as most of humans, and I'm a champion for that, we don't compete with people, but life is competitive. Huh? We can still collaborate. Peer comparison. If you're an engineer, what makes you different and better? If you're a creative person, what makes you different and better? If you're a doctor, what makes you different and better? If you're a mother, what makes you different and better? Whatever it is your profession, monetary or non-monetary, what makes me different and better? Huh? We should go into two areas, intrinsic and extrinsic. Just a quick summary. Intrinsic is where your talent, your interest, details I show you afterwards, that I have. Right? Extrinsic is outside factors. Example, this is still ongoing and will go on for the next 50, 100 years. Parents sometimes have intention for their children. I coached one professional singer before, top singer. In fact, he won the best artist of the year, real talent. He listened to his father, and the father, well, a bit wealthy. Not to say wealthy people are pushy. Right? He sent his son to England. Few years later, he came back with the engineering degree. The father was very happy, right? That's called extrinsic positioning, right? But this friend, this coachee became a friend. His name is Hazami. He went there to protect, preserve his intrinsic positioning, which is he loves music. Every weekend he jammed with the bands there. He learned music, self-trained at home and went there. He came back, became a professional musician. All right. You either follow your intrinsic passion, be who you want to be, never too late to make a change, or you follow extrinsic, or you modify the two, right? It's up to you. But if we were to look into our journey in life, starting the end in mind, we want to be fulfilled. Fulfilled means doing the things that I want. Huh? Success is you achieve something is success. Fulfill is doing the things that I want. That's one good definition of fulfillment. All right. Now, there are many factors, but these are the key factors, right? Your positioning, comparing your peer, you do an analysis. What are your talents? Your innate talents. Talents are said to be innate. Skills are external. If I have a talent for singing, I can develop the skill with great mentors, great coaches. I become a great singer. If I were born without an inborn talent of singing, but I get top coaches, top mentors, I could still be a professional award-winning singer, right? So we need talent and skill, but talent is where we have the possibility of developing a passion for life. Let us not be confused with the word passion, one of the most abused words online and in life. People are not born with passions. People are born with talents, inborn positive disposition. I have a friend who is very happy. Even with great challenges, storms, she can still be very happy. I was born with high intuition. I didn't know in my young days. Later, I realized in my late 20s. So I use it. That's why I could be a very good coach, very good mentor. Because you need intuition to feel the feeling, empathy, and so forth. So each of us got our inborn positive disposition. Watch it. Ask your family, ask yourself deeply, introspection. We have natural inclination. Sometimes the word seldom used, C-O-N-A-T-I-V. C-O-N-A-T-I-V-E, cognitive, your natural inclination. What are your personal interests? What are your personal likes? What are your preferences? In terms of the types of friends you mix with, the people you socialize with, the type of food, the places you go. You have your preferences. Yeah. I think in the case of Strategist, her preference is people who can collaborate with me. How come they don't understand me? All right. I'm not making a mockery. We all have our preference. Some are born narcissistic, N-A-R-C-I-S-S-I-S-T, only self-centered. Some born with the disposition. Only I exist. I'm the center of all universe. Will it work for you? If it works for you, congratulations. If it doesn't work, we need to modify and evolve. Social concern. Many people in training like this, in corporate training, many people say, I don't have any social concern. I said, no. Can I be direct with you? You're lying. All of us have social concern. Later, we cover under life purpose, all of us. Yeah? Some love animals, some love flowers, some love humanity, some love sustainability, some love ecology, some love animals more than humans. We cover under life purpose. So your natural inclination. Passion could arise from your talents, your inborn positive disposition, and your natural inclination. All right. Please get into this exercise before we go into the next one. Allow you 2-3 minutes. Apologies. Today is a fast workshop, time constraint. The whole idea is get started. Later, if you want to stay back, we are open to more time to do the exercise. And of course, next week onwards, please promise yourself to go into these exercises deeply. Yeah? One more minute, we will go into the extrinsic. We need both to lead a successful and fulfilling life. But the idea is we should be intrinsically motivated. Huh? If you do everything that your peers are doing, whichever field you are in, you can be better, right? You work harder, you learn from each other, you can be better. But the power of positioning yourself is, why am I different and better? There are many corporate trainers in the marketplace, possibly doing a subject on speeches. What is my differentiation? What is my positioning? As I mentioned just now, I come from a branding background, brand strategies background. I come from a creative writing background. I come from real self-esteem foundation with my love for self-esteem, right? Compared to other corporate trainers. So I'm different and can be better. Not just I am better, that's not good enough. Different first, better. Not better and different, but different first and better. All right. By the way, allow me to repeat. Any question, please raise your hand so that the Zoom master Quimin can see you and unmute you. Please do not put your question in the chat box, because I'm seldom looking at the chat box. Minkang, all right.
Hi, John.
Yep.
Can I have some examples of social concerns? Because I'm not sure. I'm not quite sure what it is.
We'll go into that in life purpose. Just now I mentioned already. Huh? Social concern, all right. In life, we know that we have to, in Malaysia, we use the term cari makan, make money for self, right? And then such a thing as social contribution. Corporations all over the world, last 10 years, they have done a lot of research, some open research asking employees, potential employees. America, they've done a lot on this. Lately, I'm surprised because I do branding. Lately, I'm surprised. The respondents total about 70%. They want to work with a company with a social purpose. What would be social purpose? That means all companies exist to make money, correct or not? If you don't make money, your investors will close you down, all right? You think here for fun, all right? Last 10 years, a great movement. Some started even earlier, but the movement is a certain movement. It's called corporate social responsibility. No longer, last time they do charity, paint some houses, clear some rubbish. It was just charity work for PR, public relations. But last 10 years, corporate brands are getting more focused. As humans, we practice personal social responsibility. What excites you? Or what concerns you? We'll touch base with it very detailedly, deeply afterwards under life purpose. But since the word is here, humanity, are you affected by abuse of children, of women, of people? Are you affected by dogs and animals that are thrown into the street? Are you affected that the fauna of this flora and fauna? Flora means the flowers and tree aspect. Due to climate change have been affected? Or are you affected by sustainability? A lot of people wasting, yeah? A lot of food we eat, many reports, all of the food we throw away, which amounts to millions of tons, or with a great percentage of food that are still edible, but people throw away. Are you affected by people using electricity just because they have money and don't bother? Are you affected by people who turn on the tap non-stop? Are you affected by corruption, misuse of money, sustainability? It's a fall under sustainability. Are you affected by environment? Yeah. As it is said by an American native chieftain years ago, we do not own this earth. We only take care of it for our children and grandchildren. That means people of the future, right? Are you affected by ecology? Yeah. So 5 key areas that you will look into. Humanity. I'm very much into humanity. How to help people transform, how to find meaning in life. Yeah. Are you into environment? Subsegment of environment, flora and fauna. Flora is plants, trees, living things, etc. Fauna, flora are the flowers and living things. Fauna are the animals. Or are you interested in ecology? Are you interested in sustainability? All of us will have certain social concern. No one human is so selfish as not to think about those things or feel about those things. Perhaps their priority has not surfaced yet. All right. Answer your question, Minka?
Yes.
Good. We shall move on. It's 11:08 now, another 22 minutes. Let's make it full. Are you doing your exercises? Can you put a 1 if you're doing? If you're not doing exercises, put 2. I hope I see a lot of 1. Huh? As I said, your success today is critical. And it starts with getting started with exercise. Next, extrinsic, external. ASK is good to remember. Ask your attitude. It's very externally shaped. Am I not right? Of course, we have an inner thinking, perception, how we want to deal with people, live life and all that. But it's the external influence that challenges our attitude, correct? Right? So attitude, skills, as I say, any talent can be developed into a skill. Without the innate talent, you can still get the skill out of it. Leaders are not born, they are made. Not exactly true. Some leaders are born with talent. With skill, they become better. Some leaders are not born with a higher disposition for leadership. With skill, they can develop. Some people are not born with charisma. It can be developed through extrinsic skills and mentors and whatever, right? And same thing with public speaking. Some of us are chatty as young. I love to entertain people as a young boy, so it's easier for me to pick up public speaking. The introverts become more difficult. But introverts can also become very strong public speakers as long as they declare their intention. I want to be a public speaker. I have value to share, and with good mentors, coaches, and a community of public speaking. Network, whatever great talents we have, whatever dreams we have, based on your intrinsic needs and desires, we need network, isn't it? If I do not have the resources to manifest what I want intrinsically, we can leverage on people. You guys are leveraging on me. I was leveraging on other people when I first joined the community 2000, yeah? And we can leverage on other people. If you have the funds to start your own business, your whatever venture, fantastic. If not, you can leverage on partners, you can leverage on the banks, isn't it? Leverage. Huh? There are many other factors, but these broadly are the key one. Attitude, skills, knowledge, network. Network includes marketing and PR as well. Huh? Give you one more minute to get started. Which are the areas you are having a good start, or which are areas you haven't started and you need to develop? You need the intrinsic and extrinsic to position yourself well, huh? To be the so-called best of your field, the go-to person, GOTO. Any question? Yes, Ken?
Yeah. Hello, John. Just want to ask for clarification. Is the ability able to connect with people part of the intrinsic or more like the extrinsic?
Both. Because some of us born with higher disposition to connect with people, yeah? Just like some children, they sort of mix better. But lo and behold, some children, when they grow older, they don't mix because they cover up their personal disposition, the intrinsic. Either through parents or people telling them, shut up, don't be so busybody, whatever. Huh? Or as we mature in life, sometimes we cover up our intrinsic. Huh? Good question. And it can be a skill. Let's say a person has no knowledge of public speaking at all. You can join the community with proper mentor and practice and all that. You can be a great public speaker. You can write very well as well, as long as you put your mind into it. So it's best to have both. Yeah? But the dream plan is be driven by your intrinsic, because that leads to fulfillment. Yeah? Extrinsic leads to success per se. Yeah? All right, we're going to move on because we got 17 minutes to clear some more exercises. Now, this was where Meng Kang just asked social concern. Huh? How can I impact the world? How can I be a great person to the world? I'd like to bring your attention to the word great. Many human beings are very afraid of the word great. I wrote a book on personal branding, right? To make the title sexy instead of personal branding, I said, live a life of greatness with happiness, meaning great in terms of being the best you can be and with happiness. 1 year later, I felt, is the title too strong? I wrote the book 13 years ago. The next year, I realized, and next few more years, Nike put out the ad to clash with the London Olympics. Olympics are all the great champions are, right? If you haven't watched, go to Nike, right? Find your greatness. It shows a fat boy struggling to jog, right? And with that, I hold on to the title and I will go on to the second edition and third edition. Great impact means in your own way, the famous phrase used nowadays, very relevant, be the best version of yourself, keep growing, keep growing, keep growing. Do not be afraid of the word great. This is the message I'd like to send to you. Huh? So how can I impact the world? Many people say, how can I impact the world? I give you a clue just now. Be the best that you can be. And secondly, impact the world like I do, inspire people, transform lives one at a time. Can you inspire and transform people one at a time? If not 100 at a time, 1,000 at a time, million at a time, right? So each of us got the essence, got the value, got the capacity, got the vision. How can I impact the world? Popularly today known as, what is your life purpose? To be exact, the term should be life social purpose. For us who are not in branding and marketing management, brands all have a purpose now, brand purpose. To be specific, brand social purpose. As I mentioned just now, all businesses come into the picture. You start your business is to make money. But that is in the past now. You still make money, but to a larger context, how can I contribute to other people's life? To be specific, social purpose. So what do I stand for? It comes from your essence. It comes from your values. It comes from your personality. It comes from your life vision, the person I want to be. It comes from your positioning, your intrinsic talent, your intrinsic need, your intrinsic desire, right? How you can be contributing to society, to other people's lives, all right? Example, an insurance agent, a very, very successful insurance agent, just hypothetical, making 1 million sales a month. Average out 30 days is what? 30,000 a day? It's hypothetical, right? Estate agent, I could wake up. How can I make 30,000 sales today to keep up in my track record? That is not social purpose. That is selfish purpose. How could a person turn into social purpose and the whole life for him transform? Let's say I'm the agent. My whole life transform. People's lives get inspired and transform. I wake up, instead of how can I make 30,000 sales today so that I can reach 1 million this month, I go and say, how can I help people, families, children, education, medical, great future ahead plan. And in the process, end of the day, I be rewarded with 30,000 ringgit. The whole life transformed, the perspective transformed. And this is where corporate brands are moving. This is where humans are moving. You notice in the world, there are a lot of social activists. They are the first and among the first to practice that social purpose, right? But you and I have. So the 5 key areas, as I mentioned, is your humanity, anything to do with humans. Second key area is, not in any order, environment. Subsegment of environment would be flora and fauna. Flora means living things, plants. Fauna means animals. Sustainability is the 4th category. Yeah, saving things, protect the world for the future. And the 5th one, ecology, right? Which are the areas of these 5 areas excite you? But in doing a life purpose, we put down typically as many as we can, what matters to me, and then eventually you narrow down to 3, eventually you narrow down to 1. All right? But get started. What are your social concerns? In the 5 categories. Yeah? You don't need to have 1 in every category. You could have, but then eventually you narrow down to 1. All good corporate brands narrow down to 1. And all the corporate social responsibility is in tandem with that brand purpose. Or to be specific, brand social purpose. As humans, personal social purpose. We practice it, it becomes your PSR. All right. For instance, today's workshop, I believe many of you are trainers or speakers in your own field. You do professional training, you get paid. Today is an example of pro bono, P-R-O-B-O-N-O. I don't get paid. And I'm so glad I'm doing this service as my PSR. I've been doing this for the last 20 years. And we'll do more, all right? But they are trainers who give professional training, they give their damnedest. And when it comes to pro bono, they, in Malaysia canton say, cincai, simply do. Huh? Please don't do that kind of pro bono. That's very selfish. Huh? That means we do free workshops and free training with the ulterior motive. The proper way pro bono is give all that you can. As if these are all professional audience. And when you do it, they say, wow, it's such a professional speaker. We got so much generosity, right? Now that is real social responsibility, right? You could volunteer to help the pandemic. You could volunteer for whatever, huh? So that becomes your pro bono. Any question? When I don't get question, I get a bit concerned. Meaning, you got everything, or you're still blur. Please ask question if you need to. Although 11:30 after this, we can have another session. Huh? Now, we shall move on to the final category, because it's 11:22. It will be just nice. We wrap at 11:30. Just before 11:30, we take a group photo. Now, the last one. Your guiding principle for life, also known as your life philosophy. Corporations are there to make money and to socially contribute, but they are guided by certain principles. That depends on your upbringing, right? And what you hold to be important, right, in terms of values. I have one client in the field, in the corporate training field. With due respect, I will be transparent. There are a lot of under-counter going on. That means you don't practice under-counter, you don't get those big contracts, because these are $1 million suppliers. Huh? But this client shocked the hell out of me. He insisted I want to live by my principle, which is I'll get all my businesses without bribery. To him, his personal integrity matters so much. He said, I was born that way. Besides, I'm a really practicing Buddhist, he said, I want to keep to my principle. I say, even the expense that you lose out to competitors, he said, yes. You want to hear the great news? They were the top 3, top 5 providers. Over the years, I did the corporate brand strategy for them. 4 years ago, they're still top 3, top 5 providers. So sometimes you hold on to your philosophy, your principle, you can still succeed and fulfill. Huh? But warning, sometimes you may lose out business. It's up to you, right? So life philosophy, my philosophy, what are my unwavering, meaning you will not bend, guiding principles for life to attain a life of fulfillment or happiness or success or social contribution by staying true to myself. This is also known as personal integrity. Yeah? I'll leave it to you. You want to take the hard road, you go ahead, or you want to modify, you go ahead. Yeah? You could have a philosophy. Yeah? I have my principles, but I am practical. Also can. I do business, I practice 5%, 10% openly on the table. I'm a practicing Christian. I don't feel embarrassed by that because I put it on the table. You deserve. You recommend, network, you recommend, I give you 5%, 10%. Transparent. Huh? Under table, non-transparent, I don't practice. So it's up to you. What is your philosophy? Because as I mentioned just now, don't just work inside your head. Many things are stored inside your head. Put on paper, then we'll be guided. Huh? Or on your computer. Certain things put on your laptop. Certain things put in your wallet. Certain things put on your wall. Corporations do that. Huh? Reminder, this is what we stand for. All right. Any question? If not, we shall have a group photo and then we break at 11:30. Important announcement for those, some of you may come in late or did not get the full message. 11:30, we shall break for 3 hours. 2:30, resume second session. Don't miss the second session because first lead to the second. It's not a standalone. Second session, we deal with your target persona. Here we clear self-brand persona. Afternoon, target persona. This morning, clarity of what I can say, what I want to say, where the ideas can come from. Afternoon session, who are you speaking to? Target persona. What are their desires? What are their needs? What are they in marketing and research? We say consumer insight or human insight. What emotions do they feel? What are their pleasure points? What are the passion points? What are the pain points? We'll deal with that afterwards, and then you become a great script writer, a great deliverer of great speeches. We also cover the method they have been using, how to mind map, framework, and internalize and practice and be a great speaker even without writing a full script. But of course, please don't take the shortcut. Develop the ritual of writing full script. Later, you don't need to. Right? Today, he asked me to go out there to make a speech. Give me half hour, I'll go a full speech just through a mind map. So this afternoon session, between 11:30 to 2:30, you have your lunch break. You could take 30 minutes, 60 minutes, up to you, or more up to you. But if you want to stay back, we are available. I'm available as a workshop leader to answer your question pertaining to this morning, right? So Ming Kang, could you take over for the group photo or Kwame?
Yeah, thank you, John. I'll take over from here. I will stop your sharing. Okay, so everyone, can you please turn on your camera? We'll take a group photo. Okay.
Wow, all beautiful, handsome people, videos on.
Anyone else?
They're the best questioner, Svechi, not on.
I think I saw her just now. Oh yes, her name is Tess somehow.
So
Okay.
Cleaning, you take charge.
Yeah, I'll be taking in 3, 2, 1, and another one,
Okay.
3.
That was the
2,
former one.
1.
Now let's take a free flow one, free and easy.
A free and easy one. I can't do it because my hands has to be on the keyboard to take the picture. So
Come on,
3.
you don't. We go free.
Yeah, everyone else. 3,
Some
2, 1, and another one, 3, 2, 1. All right, thank you so much. I will share the screenshots and of the picture in the chat box later.
All right, important announcement again. Sometimes, as I say, sometimes we don't get the full message. Between now, which is about 11:30 to 2:30 is your time. Lunch is provided in your pantry. Be careful, you right? And between now, please stay back because this morning's exercises are critically important. As I said, your success equals my success and the organizer's success. Please stay back. On and off, you could take your lunch, perhaps 15-30 minutes you can. On and off you can. But between now till 2:30, I will answer questions pertaining to this morning. And this morning, we answer segment by segment. Now, between 11 to 2:30, you don't need to go segment by segment. Anything of the 10 exercises this morning. All right? Are we clear with the message? Yeah, active listening, I hope, because it's every dream of a what they call it, responsible speaker that people are getting their success. All right, have your free time 11:30 to 2:30 starting now. Now, those who just came in because you were occupied elsewhere, welcome to this very, very important workshop. As I said this morning, this is a very personal workshop for me. I do many workshops, but this is very personal to me. Allow me this morning's audience for me to repeat what I said this morning. Why is this workshop very personal for me? Because I joined Toastmasters 2000 while I had boardroom presentation. Now going on the stage is different. How many of you agree? Standing on stage presentation is a huge difference from boardroom. There's a table, you know, there's crutch we call it. And I was very nervous. Right? But this morning, perhaps I didn't share with you. Now I'd like to share with all. The research has shown us people in general do not detect 100% of your level of anxiety or nervousness. They only detect, the good news is, about 30% of your level of anxiety or fear or nervousness. Fear is a misused word, actually. It's just anxiety. Now, why is it that we get so paranoid when we are in a nervous state? And sometimes we make the mistake, which we shouldn't. We apologize, we are nervous and all that. Don't do that, not because we are egoistic or lack of manners. When we do that, we actually telling people we are not suitable to be their speaker. That's a no-no, right? We do the best we can. In fact, we don't even expose that. As research psychology has shown, people can only detect about 30% of your nervousness, right? Some of us experience it, very nervous, I started, but people can still say you look confident. So please remember, this is a credo for life for public speaking. Never tell people your nervousness, right? Turn it around and just do the best you can, because people, I repeat, cannot notice 100% of your state of nervousness. On a scale of 0 to 100%, only 30%, right? So please continue to be mindful of that. Now, I started as a nervous speaker. Right? This is a story I tell a lot because this is pertinent to what I'm going to share with you in part 2. how can we evoke emotion? Now I'm invoking this emotion now. I did it this morning and I do it again now. In good speech scripting, which leads to public speaking delivery. By the way, today we don't cover delivery, it's scripting framework because it's tidily segmentized into 3 workshops, plus the 4th workshop is strictly telling a story as a script. Now this first one, the framework is important, and we learn to have a framework because your delivery comes from the script, your script comes from the framework. Make sense? Many people make the mistake, right? Initially, I was not aware of this, but I brought back my branding advertising experience. So I tested it out. We are told in mainstream advertising, today it still holds true, right? If you do a 30-second commercial, you better get attention within 3 seconds. Otherwise, people will switch off, right? Today, with social media, internet is worse. People can just click, right? So what about public speaking? You're going to give a 7-minute speech. Remember, never mind some of your mentors, with due respect, told you, right? You start with attention grabber. But the attention grabber must be able to evoke a certain emotion. What's the meaning of evoke? The difference of invoke and evoke. Invoke is to call upon. Invoke a prayer, invoke your God, call upon, invoke upon something. Evoke emotion is to call forth. You actually elicit, draw out from your audience that emotion, which is the key emotion of your speech. That's important. So thanks to my branding background taught by mentors, within 30 seconds, evoke the emotion. After I show you an example, from now on, if you're not practicing that, evoke emotion within the first 30 seconds. What is that primary emotion that is the nature of your 3 stories? Because today we're using the universal format, which is 3 body components. Later, not this session, as we said, start from basic first. I know some of you are experienced speakers. Many of you are told beginner in speeches. So we decided we do with the basic fundamental framework, which we call the universal framework. Not devised by me, devised long time ago, and can still be used in the next 50 years. This is a universal format used all over the world, will serve your corporate life, would serve you if you're starting to make speeches, right? Nothing wrong with that. What you assure people they can gain from your speech, key value, and then how to go about it. Example, fulfill success through 3 ways: love for self, courage, take responsibility, wrap up. You can never go wrong in the universal format. It's not stylish, it's not creative, but it's damn hardworking. And that's what we want as a start. Later, if the demand is there, we can, UMTMC myself, we can run a shop on creative format, which is more attuned to contest speaking. Yeah. But right now, let's stick to the basic. And I dare say, those we experience not only here, all over the world, sometimes, a lot of times, they haven't internalized the universal format, right? After I give you an example, what I mean by they haven't internalized the format. Because today, I'm going to teach people, I'm going to influence people, you practice speech from the framework, not from the script. Practice speech from the framework, not from the script. This is extremely powerful, works for me 20 years ago, right? Back to where I was. I was so nervous. I shared this morning. And that's why some of the reasons you come here is that you want to hear, what is my story? I was so nervous, I put on a face. I did my first speech at the lectern. Kiasu, you know Kiasu? Fear of losing face, right? Well, at least I stand lectern, I don't freak out, I get it done first. There's always a second. Second speech, I was encouraged to be out there because the manual said you better be out there. Even preferably no notes, right? I was still having my notes by my side. I was not referring. Huh? Insurance. Huh? Third speech happened to be a humor contest. I didn't want to enter. The club president said enter, make up the numbers. Within the first minute, I wanted to go to center stage. Not a very big stage. It was at a hotel. Less than 1 minute later, I went to the lectern and held on to the lectern for 2-3 minutes. Do you know what that means? It's a manifestation of fear. The body tells me to do something. Yeah. So ladies used to fling their hair. Men will tie or spectacle. The body will do something. Huh? And this is something to be mindful of. When your body is doing something that is not purposeful, you are showing sign of nervousness. Never mind, huh? Be aware. My evaluator was a senior Toastmaster, senior in terms of experience, very, very proficient and professional speaker, and humble as well. He gave me a very good evaluation. He said, Jon, you have a very interesting way of presenting. You see how friendly Toastmasters community is, right? You held on to the lectern for a couple of minutes. Was it part of your humor? Oh, so everybody laughed. I didn't plan as my humor. Huh? And so this is a confession that I came from a nervous stage speaker to a confident speaker to today, not boasting. Huh? I want you to be assured you can go the same path and better. I could write a full great speech with all the necessary personal experience story in 30 minutes. You can try me out next time you ask me to the club, just to prove it. Huh? Not for myself, but to assure all of us, you can do it by going through the method, which I will share with you, right? I stumbled upon the method accidentally and it will work for me, yeah? So that's good assurance for people who come in only afternoon. You were engaged elsewhere. There are hundreds of workshops going on, and the credit goes to the Exco OC. Within 5 days promotion, we attracted 100 over registration. Typically, fall off rate, be mindful. Online is about 30–50%. Huh? And we had about 70. Now we got 60 over. Secondly, thanks to your interest to come. For the benefit, again, for the afternoon. This morning I mentioned. And let us hear it once again. Choice of title, speech title is very important. Do you agree? If you agree, type 1 in the chat box or show thumbs up. I suspect the title had 2 very enticing words. What are the 2 enticing words? Scripting great speeches fast. Can you put in the chat box? Which were the 2 enticing words? Fast, okay, I saw, right? Great, all right? A good was not there. Entitled was not there. So scripting great speeches fast, all right? Let me tell you something. I did this program last time before internet was exploding, social media exploding, year 2010 at TTDI, right? Just 2 weeks promotion, we attracted 70 people. Those days without social media, you have to like call people. WhatsApp was not around yet. Huh? And why? I was very certain, and I'm certain now as well, your title must attract the type of audience you want. Number 1. Number 2, you want to attract many people. You better promise things that fall in the category of what they desire in life. We'll cover that under the segment of target persona, people's desires, people's passions, people's pain point. Because it's good to repeat again from this morning, many people join Toastmasters community or in the corporate world They say, I got no idea to make the speech. They make two and then said, we asked, why you not moving further? I don't know what to speak. This morning, those who were here, I promise you, if you go through those 10 exercises, you would easily, plus the 3 categories of sources for speech ideas, you would easily have 200 speech ideas. Am I not right? You will have. If you need me to prove it to you away from today's session, I will point out the 200 ideas for you. All right. I coach people to make speech 10 speeches ahead, sometimes 30 speeches ahead. Why? Because of this method. It automatically gives you the speech idea. It's good to plan ahead so that your sustenance in your public speaking path will be there, because you get excited. I got the next speech to make, next speech to make, next speech to make. It's all ready for you, all right? Now, on that basis, we want to proceed to part 2. Part 1, we recap. Before part 1, those of you who were not here this morning, please open your workbook and get into your workbook. The links are all in the chat box. Workbook. Please copy out the link. The email was sent to you, but there were some things that are new here. I don't know whether we updated the email. So meanwhile, copy. There are 2 documents, one on lists of values, one on list of personality. That's loaded, I'm very certain. Just this afternoon, I uploaded 2 documents. We're going to talk about it afterwards. Mind mapping. You guys heard of mind mapping? From now on, if you're not using mind map to frame your speeches, please get started. You see the workbook, every page have lines so that we can write neatly, right? But the last 3 pages, few pages, no lines. Because I want you to start mind mapping. As I speak, you map. As I speak, you map. Get into the practice and internalize the mind map. So make sure you get those documents. This afternoon, there are 2 mind maps. One is how to script and deliver a persuasive speech. This was done some years ago, a great speech as well, because how you deliver comes from how you script. Make sense? So the mind map is how you script is how you deliver. How you deliver equals what you put in the script. So that one is a A4, right? There's another one which I did on a Manila card, which I haven't converted into those online mind map. And later afterwards, I show you some sample of mind map which are usable. Don't go into those complex ones. For speech making, even those simple ones. For me, I seldom use online app because I'm a pen and paper person. I map onto paper beautifully, because I've been doing it for 20 over years beautifully. And I would encourage you to do simple mind map for public speaking. The mind map I show you, the A4 document is very detailed, very detailed. It will last us a lifetime to be that kind of standard of speaker. So we learn layer by layer by layer. But the Manila card was what I did in 2010 when I first did this program for Toastmasters community, scripting great speeches fast. Within that Manila card, you know Manila card? All the thoughts that I spent today with you are inside there. But you need to carefully zoom out, because it's a Manila card, all right? For those who want to have a reference, apart from what has been spoken today. Are we ready to move on to part 2? Can you show a sign you're ready? I think many must have heavy lunch. The hands a bit heavy. Remember, use humor a lot in our public speaking. Remember, but in an elegant way, of course. Backtrack before we go to part 2. This morning, declare your intention. Declare your intention, right? just a recap. Your intention should be threefold. One, many people dare not be great public speaker because they think they are not good enough. That all comes from self-esteem. Number one, declare to yourself, declare every day until it becomes a way of life. I have value to share. Second, I want to inspire the world. Third, it is my personal responsibility, because one of the keys of healthy self-esteem is freedom for full self-expression. Yeah, it's not our ego. I practice full self-expression. I like to share. If it impacts people, I'm glad. If it doesn't, in certain way, I learn. So freedom of full self-expression. Huh? Say that all the time until it's your credo. Next time you do your speech, say it before you go out. I have value to share. I have value to share. Internalize into our system that whatever I'm going to speak about is useful to people. Never mind how good a scriptwriter you are now, never mind how great a deliverer of speech you are now, you internalize that self-esteem. I have value to share. Trust me, your whole demeanor would transform. Huh? Second, I want to inspire the world. How many of you think you have value to share and inspire the world? Raise your hand fast. The speed of your hand would reflect your belief in that credo. Huh? It's important, huh? Belief in that credo. Huh? And second declaration of intent. I want to be a whatever public speaker. Stop using the words I have to. I have to is forced to do it. To get a promotion, I must be good communicator, good speaker. You are forced. I have to. What to do, I have to. What to do, I have to. Change the language to I want to be a whatever public speaker. All right. Third, declare your communication goals for your personal life, for your corporate life, for your social life, and whatever, in whatever order. Never say the phrase again, I have to, so that I advance my career. I have to, so I advance my personal network. I have to, so I can be socially contributing to people's lives at NGOs and wherever I give a speech, right? Don't use the words I have to. Use the word that comes from personal volition, which is also a manifestation of healthy self-esteem. I want to. Yeah, I want to draws the universe to me. I have to repels the universe. Because if I say I have to, I'm not really keen to want to go forward. The universe repels from me. People don't come to me, right? I want to. You just say I want to. You bring out an aura that you want help. People will come to you. How many agree? Practice that. Huh? I want to. Huh? I want to. Next, we covered the key fundamental of ideation. Right? In the document, there are 3 broad categories for speech ideas: established ideas, personal life, fictitious creation. Right? And then we went into a personal brand aura, also known as your personal social identity. Each of us, remember, it's good to refresh now, each of us is a psychological being. And so we create a personal social identity. I'm using a psychological term now. Personal brand persona is a branding term. It means the same. Personal social identity comprises 2 components. Those who join afternoon, please take note. Your personal social identity is, one component is a personal self-construct. We know the meaning of self-construct. Those people coming afternoon. You build it the way that you want it. Yeah. Plus self-esteem. Self-esteem is very important in life. The way we construct our identity the way we set certain vision and goal, some people are frightened to declare big goals, meaningful goals, because lack of self-esteem. They hold themselves back. So that's that. We cover that. Now, this afternoon, it's good to address what I call the second pillar of effective communication. This morning, we had one person ask a very good question. I shared with people, the person here and all the audience. There are three key pillars of effective persuasive communication, right? There are many more factors we need, but these three key pillars, treat it as a must. Number one, clarity of what I want to say. So this morning we have your speech idea, with clarity of what you stand for in life, what is your vision, what is your goal, what is your purpose, what matters to you. Does it make sense to speak on things that matters to you, that interests you, isn't it, right? But the danger is a lot of people have many messages to share, not wrong. But I learned that from mainstream advertising, you have many messages to spare. Let's say you sell the product. You have 5 benefits. You don't sell 5 benefits, more so in oral public speak. Oral is not written. You got to be simple-minded. So the key is clarity with what I want to say, more specifically, narrow down to clarity with my key message. We got to do that. After we go to framework, we got to do that. Second, one of you asked, I give speeches supposed to inspire people, but they don't. How many of you experienced that before? Many are too shy to admit. To can admit it. Nothing wrong to admit that. 2 possibilities. You're at the wrong audience. No matter what you say, they don't get inspired. All right. The second reason is a plausible audience. You did not find out. You did not embrace your target audience, which is what we're going to cover shortly, the target persona. All right. Second pillar, effective communication. Extending from first key pillar, effective communication. Clarity with my key message. Then the second pillar, know intimately, as precise as you can, how your target audience want to hear what you speak. What do they want to hear? How do they want to hear? After I give you some pointers on the target persona. And the third one, how many of you give a speech and hope that it inspires people? Put 1, type in the chat box. How many of you make sure you inspire people when you give a speech? Put 2. The first one, I hope I inspire people. 2 is, I make certain I inspire people. So the third pillar is, make certain you script an inspiring speech that can help transform people. So these are the 3 key pillars. Remember. Remember. Why we must remember? We must put in our framework. All right. So let's get started. The good news is this afternoon session, less exercises. This morning was heavy sweating. 5 to 10 minutes for each of the 10 exercises. It's a starting point. This afternoon, less. So is that bad news or good news? Depending on your perspective, many exercises to get it out. But now this afternoon, we will still be interactive. Again, our Zoom master is mindful. We're going to practice vocal interaction. Please don't put question in the chat box. I'm not going to look into the chat box. I need real interaction, because then I can guide you according to the workbook. Shortly, I will show you the workbook. I'm using slide. It matches with your workbook. You raise your hand as usual, then Zoom Master will pick whichever comes first. This is prerogative. Then we will ask you to unmute. All right. Then you say it out. But please, reminder, be precise and concise in your question. Secondly, please ask questions that are present moment. Please don't ask questions that happened in a session some time ago, because we want to interact to get clarity on what we're discussing right now. All right. And please, this morning it didn't happen, I'm glad. Don't ask a question that is not related to what we are doing per the workbook. All right. If not, then Zoom Master and I would elegantly ask you to please. All right, so let's get started. Are you ready? Be very dear, be very present, stay in the present moment. I assure you, you will gain a framework that you can make speeches fast. Instead of 1 month a speech, 1 week a speech. Is that good? Right. Let me share the screen now. Give me a moment. Can you see the screen?
Yeah.
Can
Could you go into the presentation mode?
Not yet, because my laptop decided to rebel against me for a little while. So let's look at this.
Okay.
It rebel now and then, you know. So I think this is visible. Later, when it behaves, we'll enlarge the screen. Part 2 is a very critical area. Know your audience intimately. All right? Know your audience intimately. In life, all of us are consumers. Am I not right? All of us, like today, we come to a workshop. Right? You come with your desire, your need, your idea of what's going to be beneficial for you, what's in it for me. Right? And then one day we do public speaking, we forget the audience is a consumer. And we start speaking. And then one person this morning say, I speak to people on something that matters to me so much. I thought it would inspire them. They did not get inspired. I say, don't worry. This afternoon, we will cover that. Now, in mainstream branding, mainstream marketing, knowing your target audience is golden rule number 1. All right. So I will share with you, this is a very broad subject. I will share with you a few key areas that you would need to know about your audience. And also 5 checkpoints to define your target persona. before you give a speech, right? Now, if you go to a Toastmasters meeting, club meeting, you're quite safe because they are your members or some guests and other Toastmasters. Whether they are high corporate flyer or mid management or executive or non-executive or homemaker, whatever, they have dreams in life, right? So we find the commonality. Afterwards, I give you some guide how to find a commonality. Of course, the big brands, they do research to do that. For public speaking, if you can spend some effort, why not do some research who you are speaking to, all right? For instance, when we do boardroom presentation, we do a surveillance. You know surveillance? SURVEILLANCE. If we pitch for a multi-million-dollar account, if we know the CEO and the decision maker, we will skew in the way that they want to hear it. How we can serve them in the way that benefits them. Correct or not? So if we know the CEO, let's say CEO recommended us to be part of the pitch for 3 agencies, we know. What if they hear about us? They decide to give us a try. And we hear from insiders, we have a 30 to 50% chances of succeed. We need to do some surveillance. Who are coming to the meeting? Who is the decision maker? Who is the purchaser? Who is the user? Who is the influencer? May sound Greek to you if you're not in marketing, right? 4 different people in the client side will want to hear different things based on how you can serve them, right? The decision maker, the influencer, the purchasing person or purchaser, and the user, right? If you do a typical public speech in a Toastmasters club or community, you are on safer ground because they're not there to purchase something from you, right? If they are, these 4 key people are important, correct? There are few types of attitude in a public speaking audience. You want to take note of that. It's actually in the previous path manual under Persuade with Power. They are those who are agreeing with your mindset. That's one type. We call the agreeable. So you speak to them choice of words in your framework to appeal to this type of people, right? They are the not agreeable people. Online, we call them trolls, right? In real life, we call them hecklers, HECKLERS, right? They tend to be knowledgeable. That's why they dare to speak out loud and challenge the speaker, right? So some of you have handled the project called Managing Difficult Audience. This is because there are a few types of audience, right? The third type is apathetic, from the word apathy. Why you speak on this subject? It doesn't matter to me, is it? So you need to phrase in words to the effect that it does matter to you. Because if you don't tell people that at the beginning of the speech, this message does matter to you in your life, then they won't pay attention, right? Even in a Toastmasters community or what you call safe community, right? And that's the 4th type of audience, yeah? Today less because we are on Zoom. In the real world, some clubs serve very good food, very good environment. All right. The 4th type of attitude, they are holiday listeners. They come here for vacation. All right. But you cannot allow them to fili-fala vacation because it will affect the environment of people's attentiveness, correct or not? All right. So I've given you 2 tips already. In the real world, the 4 types of people. And in the public speaking world, the 4 types of people. Now, how do we give a speech in a way that will excite them and even inspire them and transform them. But before that can happen, you need to evoke their emotion. You need to evoke their emotion, call forth a certain emotion. We know that if we give a speech with a good, strong message, with the interesting story, you can connect to people. But better still, my recommendation is you evoke the emotion in the first 30 seconds, right? Through your attention grabber, so to speak. How do you do that? There are three things that we need to look for. This applies to all humans. Understand universal values, and there are many. There are many. Huh? Now let's unmute yourself, whoever. Example of universal values. Whoever. Please, whoever.
Okay. Hi, John.
Yeah.
So I will say one of the values are be polite. I'm sorry if I'm wrong. I think one of it is be polite.
Be polite, all right, that's correct. Any more to contribute? All others, please be interactive and contribute. Values, what's important to me and what is worthy and the way of doing things, etc. Two participants raise hand, Christine and Shu Zian, is it? Yeah. What other values?
Caring.
Caring, yeah. And by the way, why universal? Do we know the real meaning of universal? This universal is not in the context of a global world, of course, in a sense, all over the world. Universal means is everyone would feel such emotion. So great, caring. We have being polite, yeah. Depending on your audience, because some people in life are not polite.
Hi, John. So some of the values that I could think of includes being sincere, being respectful towards others, and being responsible.
Beautiful. If I were you in the audience, I would take it down. Although in your spare time, go back, spend some solitude, me time, write down. Because this will help your speech development. You want to tap into what turns people on. A simple way is what turns you on. You are a human, it will turn other people on, right? What values are important to you? Is love a universal value? Is happiness an overused word and a universal value? Of course, right? So some we saw through hands, Truth and Dr. Shamini.
Yeah, truth, peace, love. I would say truth, peace, and love would be some of the universal values.
Now remember, there are many values. Those who were not here in the morning, I sent out a list, you could use it. There's about 200 overall values, but in life there are 20,000 over values in the English dictionary, similarly to personal trait. If I were you, I will write down, because in life we don't write a lot of things down. Because if we want to be great communicators to inspire people, we need to be in our hands, all these tools, write down all the universal value. So when you next do speech, you tap on one or two. Just one will do, because we want one primary emotion to evoke your audience. Yeah. Truth, you have something value to share? I saw your hand raised now. Yeah.
Hi, John. Thanks for calling my name. So actually, I just want to say about the universal value is about respect, honest, and love.
Yeah, respect, honesty, and love. That's why the TI, one of the core values is respect. Okay, thanks. Any more? There are many more, right? Apart from being interactive so that we are presently engaged, I would like you to list down all the possible universal values as your tools, right in your workbook. Expand upon it. Not enough space, get another sheet of paper, expand, because you're putting down your list of tools that you can use. My duty today is for you to list down early morning your personal brand and the story ideas. This afternoon, what are the list of tools you can be intimately connecting with your listener? All right. And then human desires. We're not talking about sex here. Of course, sex is also a desire. Nothing wrong with that. You may speak to an audience about sexual dysfunction. It matters. But if you are not, then there are many other desires. Desires is a stronger word than wants or needs. Example, please contribute. Daryl, yeah.
To be accepted.
To be accepted, yeah, fantastic. What else? That could also, I didn't put out because today I want to simplify the training, otherwise it will last too long and we burst time. There's a third one, which is, I did mention verbally. The third one is, please put in your workbook, consumer insights or human insights. Because what Daryl mentioned just now, while it's a desire, it will suit beautifully into consumer insight. I'll explain the meaning of the term afterwards. Human desire. Oh, what else?
To be successful.
Be successful. I was about to say it. Yeah. What else? 3 participants. Great. More contributors.
Okay, thanks OC for letting me to unmute myself. Okay, so John, I would say the desire for happiness.
Desire for happiness, of course, is a very overplayed word. Desire for happiness. But be careful. My 2 cents worth for happiness is, happiness defined in dictionary is when you get something, you're happy. If you don't get the something, you're not happy. On the way before you get something, you're not happy. All right. Now, this is my 2 cents worth. You buy a car, you're happy. You don't get a car, you're not happy. You get a wonderful wife, you're happy. You on the way, you don't get, you're not happy. A better way to define happiness is enjoy the journey, not the destination. Then I'm always happy. Right? Redefine the word. So change the word. Typical definition of happiness as instant gratification. Instant gratification. Happiness should be deeper. My 2 cents worth on that. Any more? The Lei Hang? Zoom master, please allow them one by one.
Yeah, to be loved.
To be loved, yeah. Now you realize he didn't say love. Love is a universal value. He said to be loved is a desire. All right. It is also a consumer insight. We'll touch base on that. Any more? Dr. Shamini?
Yeah, thank you, John. I think recognition is a big thing.
Recognition, oh yes. Any one of us who has worked in corporate life, yeah, unless we work in a company is so cekai. In Malaysia, Chinese cekai is really hopeless. They underpay people, whatever. You work in a proper corporation. The first 3 criteria of employees, not the money, is the recognition, the sense of togetherness, and sense of purpose. Things like that. Very good. Any more? True.
Yes. I think this will be independence.
Be independent, very good. Yeah. A lot of people want to be independent, but they have not the courage. So that's a very good thought. Any more? We move on to the third. Put in your document, please. We have to tap into universal values and human desires and The big brands always do that. Tap into consumer insights or human insights. Consumer insight, human insight, while is useful for buying products, buying brands. Remember, you as a speaker, you are a brand. You make a speech to inspire people. It is also a form of service, right? So we must know within the target audience, human insight or consumer insight is defined as a workable statement is the same emotion, please take it down, the same emotion that is felt, the same emotion that is felt by everyone within a specific target audience. The same emotion that is felt by everyone within a specific target audience. You get the meaning? And so, have you heard of the cosmetic brand? Not a very big brand, but at one stage was very popular. Shu Uemura is a Japanese international brand. Huh? So years ago, this example is quoted a lot. They did not want to specialize. They want to appeal to 16-year-old girls right up to women 60. What was, they come back with many, by the way, there are many consumer insight that will appeal to a specific audience. Huh? Our task is get back as many as possible. And then we narrow down to how many? One, right? So finally, Shu Uemura, because they want to have a range, they have versatility 16 to 60, right? What was the consumer insight or human insight that they picked? Be desirable. That means at the age of 16 up to 16, they're still being desired by people who matter in their life. Isn't that a powerful one? Yeah. So be careful with that consumer insight. So there are three tricks here. Universal value quite broad. Human desire is stronger. Like for instance, who was it you mentioned? Darren or who, like Daryl or someone I forgot. The universal values love. Human desires to be loved. That can also qualify, not all, that one can qualify to be consumer insight, human insight, to be loved. Yeah. Got it so far? We're going to expand our, number of tools we can use. Huh? All right. I had three advantages this morning as I shared with people. I come from branding background, so we do that every day. Huh? I've been doing that every day. So when I first make speeches while I was nervous, people loved my speeches because I had the knowledge, tell people what turns them on. A lot of people are not aware of that. Secondly, I was very creative in my use of language and concept, which we will touch base afterwards into the framework. And thirdly, I'm a strong practitioner and propounder of self-esteem. Yeah. So my background came via my career. If you don't come from that background, please learn the key principles of brand communication, key principles of creative communication, key principles of self-esteem. Will really enrich your speech, really enrich your speech. For instance, I turned the popular phrase, a garden of roses, right? Because I went through some struggle, 2000, and I made a speech, a garden of thorns. It woke up people. Everybody thought about a garden of roses, right? I thought about a garden of thorns. It was a metaphor for within the struggle, I still found the light, because within the garden of thorns, suddenly there appears a rose. Now people remember that speech because it's different, it's creative, right? Instead of, using metaphor is good, which we do in the second workshop, how to use with work with words. Instead of having to struggle, people don't help me, finally someone help me. That's a good story, no doubt. But use a metaphor, it can wake people up, Next. Engage the audience with the shared emotion. This is sequential. If we identify a universal value or a human desire, or better still, a consumer insight, what we call or human insight, we narrow down to one. What is the emotion? What is the emotion, right? That emotion would be three ways. Afterwards we go detail, but now just preemptive. What would be the pleasure point of your target audience? Pleasure point include, or everyone have dreams, everyone have aspiration, everyone have desire for progress, whatever, right? What would be the passion point? What makes people come alive? Passion, yeah, depending on your target audience, yeah. And the third one is the strongest of all, the pain point. Yeah, the pain point. Many speakers and communicators in advertising, they do bring up the pleasure. You want this, we fulfill, right? But they forget to play on the pain point. Pain point would mean, afterwards we go more specific, you have this pleasure to want to achieve this dream, to want to attain something, right? I will help you. So you give point 1, point 2, point 3. Rather good speech, but not really, really powerful. The really, really powerful speech is, what if you don't achieve your dream? That's the pain point. What if you don't attain that? You think when you start your speech within the 30 seconds or so, yeah, to attention grabber, what if you do not make your life a meaningful one? Depending on the emotion one to say. What if you live the next 30 days without love, depending on target audience, right? You think they will wake up, I want to hear the speech, right? So pleasure point, pain point, pleasure point, passion point, pain point, right? Once you get people's attention, you get invited into your speech. Along the way, you cleverly increase the pain point. It's like you are Nazi torturer, you know. You put in a bit of electricity and then you increase the electricity, then you increase some more for them to really not only pay attention, but hey, I must take stock of my life and achieve this what I want to do. And I thank this speaker for waking me up. Make sense? Third one, is sequential, as I say. You got the human value or human desire and consumer insight. Then you complement to the pleasure point, the passion point, and more importantly, the pain point, right? Now you tell your story, you deliver the rest of your speech, right? Take them on this emotional, right? Easier said than done. All good speeches, all great speeches, if you do 7 minutes from starting point up to the 7 minutes or 7.5 minutes or 10 minutes, it must be really energizing, entertaining, exciting, like a movie, right? And then you get people to be riding along with you on their emotions, right? Any question on this? Now I give you as I promised just now, a quick tip on how to quickly without going to research. Of course, research is always better. Without research, not all the time we have the funds to do research, which can be pricey. 5 checkpoints to understand your audience, right? Please write it down. Number 1, the lifestyle and aspiration of the target audience. Lifestyle or aspiration. That's one. There are 2 parts to number 1. The second one is their outlook. Lifestyle is your way of life. Some like to live the high life, some like to live the jet setter life, some like to live the frugal life. What are their aspirations, their hopes and desire for the future, right? Part of 1 is, what is their outlook? Many types of outlook. Some people are traditional. Some people are traditional, forced to go online. Some people are high-tech. So you need to know that, so that our speech will be crafted along those lines. All right. Second checkpoint, values. Remember this morning we went through an exercise, values. What's important to the person? If it's a company, what's important to this specific company? Yeah, you have 5 key benefits to share. If this key value of this specific company is about global network, regional network, you zoom in on that. If another one is you are international provider, they want to hear that. Sometimes out of their business ego, they like to mix with international company. They don't like to work with local company, right? It's a free will people choose, right? Sometimes they want an international company with a local touch. You have to find out, right? What is the value? What's important to them, right? Some people like service because you sell me great high-tech stuff and whatever, software, whatever. But is there a follow-up service? You buy a car, the same thing, isn't it? So some like follow-up service, whatever it is, what's important to the specific person, right? If you talk to a Toastmasters community club, you more or less do a gauging from the word gauge, G-A-U-G-E. What would be their core values? What's important to them? All right. I think you can't go wrong. Generally, they want progress. Otherwise, why would they come to a Toastmasters Club meeting, right? They want advancement in their life, yeah? And perhaps they need some inspiration. They lost some motivation, things like that. Huh? You write down all these possibilities, then you narrow down, right? Third, personality. Everyone is a different person with a list of different personality traits. No 2 persons are exactly alike. You see, you look at the pop world and singers, they're all singers and they're all celebrities and they're all very open-minded in their own way. But you observe carefully, no 2 entertainers are alike. They still have their different personality. Am I not right? Isn't it? Now, if you want to excel in Toastmasters speeches, look at the brand manual. Personality is defined there. Then you go by that personality, enthusiastic, and so forth and so forth. The fourth checkpoint is level of expectation. 2 persons have similar values, what's important to them, may have different level of expectation. All right. If they have higher expectation, you do a speech that goes for very high, noble goals, whatever. If they're not too, you don't go too high, because do we realize that when you say things, they're so powerful, so what, be an international speaker, be an international entrepreneur, have a startup that becomes a unicorn in 3 years, it frightens people if the level of expectation is not similar to that, isn't it? right? There are many checkpoints, but I just give you 5, it will work. Huh? The 5th checkpoint, where do they go? Where do they go? You know, we want to know their behavior. So with these 5 checkpoints, you would get quite a good profile, intimate profile of your target audience. All right. Practice that. How many of you are practicing this already? Put 1 in the chat box if you are practicing this. Congratulations to you if you're doing that. If you're not, practice this. This is really gilt-edged tips for us to be public speakers. We're ready to move on to the next. We're ready to move on to the next, which is the final segment. It's 3:34. We're going to wrap at about 4:20, 25, 45 minutes. 45 minutes, give and take. Backtrack this morning. You have an idea of, first of all, your intention, who you want to become is important. You have value to share. Then where your sources for ideas, ideation, know yourself, your brand, what's important to you, what's your aspiration, your vision, whatever, lots of ideas there, right? And then this afternoon, we know who you're speaking to. So the tips there are very good already. You use them, I promise you, you will get really, really transformative results. Now, the third one, I call this the F&G method.
Sorry, John. Sorry to interrupt. We'll have a question. Will you like to take the question first?
And question. Let me go backtrack. Go ahead.
Yeah, Min Kang, you can speak now.
Okay. So, John, I will have a question for the 5 checkpoints that you said out just now. So we know in the virtual world that I think it's kind of hard to practice the 5 checkpoints, especially when it comes to emotional affirmative with the audiences. How do you tackle this compared to the physical world?
I spent 5 years to understand this subject when I started out in advertising. It's not like the complex science or whatever, because understanding human emotion, how people behave, whatever, you need to observe, calibrate, observe, calibrate, observe, calibrate. Do you know the meaning of that? Observe, calibrate. You observe somebody speak like that, walk like that, talk like that. Possibly this personality is like that. You know? Yeah, I got it right. So then next one, I got partly right. Then next one, I got it wrong. You keep on observing, calibrating, observing, calibrating. All right? Affinity, actually closeness. Closeness. In branding, we call brand affinity. In personal brand affinity. Each of us is a brand. In human language, your personal affinity, closeness, rapport you develop with someone. Yeah. And the fastest way to develop closeness with someone is emotional bonding, matching of similar values. Any more questions before we move on to the final segment?
I think you can proceed.
All right. Final segment is the method. I call it the F&G method. Anyone knows what F&G stands for? Unmute yourself.
Fast and great.
Because Min Kang, I told you already.
It's in the topic.
Fast and good method, right? Because I can be very good. but I do a script once in 5 months. What usefulness is that, isn't it? Or I can be very fast. I do a speech every week or every day, but the quality is not there. So what usefulness is that, right? So in life, I've learned the hard way, right? I tend to be very good in what I do because I take a lot of time. Then a big aha moment come to me. You got to be fast and good. It's a matter of habit. Initially, those so-called perfectionists find it hard to adapt, because they're so used to spending time. Plus, imposter syndrome come in. I better spend a lot of time because otherwise it wouldn't be of the high quality. These are all psychological self-talk. Imposter syndrome would impose on us that if I don't spend enough time, cannot be quality. And then they spend a lot of time. This is actually all psychological, right? And perfectionists continue to do that. And perfectionism is actually a manifestation of low self-esteem. So I got the big aha moment, how to be fast and good. You want to know about it? Right, let's proceed. There are only 4 workbook pages here. As I said, if you look at your workbook, these four pages, all pages I have lines for you to write. But here we will start mind mapping. All right. I will crisscross with this to your workbook, and I will crisscross to a couple of sample maps I've done. I've done many. 2 are relevant. One is on scripting a persuasive speech and delivery. The other one is, as I shared with you, 2010, the Manigal card, a great speech fast. Right. Now, right now, let's look at 4 areas. 4 areas. The key message is this. You see the big headline, visualizing transformation with emotion. This segment focuses entirely on understanding how our brain works, how our subconscious mind works. By the way, how many of you understand there is a conscious mind and a subconscious mind? Please type 1. This is not totally proven in psychology yet, right? That's why it's called popular psychology, right? And some good books have been written on this, right? The conscious mind, subconscious mind. Daniel Brandon, in that psychology book, I put the title, will also cover that. Conscious living is where we change ourselves. It's an unconscious living that makes us stay where we are, right? So we can reprogram. So this segment focuses entirely on understanding how our brain works. It's not a science section, not to worry. It's just some key layman terms. And secondly, how the subconscious work, how the conscious fit into the subconscious, how you can internalize into your subconscious, how you can reprogram. All right, interesting? First of all, please write in your workbook, nothing beats pen and paper writing or typing. What would be the key elements of a great speech? You ready? Please write, and afterwards you need clarification, do ask. First of all, we know you need a good idea. Speech idea. And ideas can come from many sources, as we discovered this morning in your workbook, right? Out of that idea, there would be a moral point, M-O-R-A-L. In folk tales, in real life, we say, what is the moral of the story? So we need a moral point, M-O-R-A-L, P-O-I-N-T. Next, we need to convert the moral point into a promise, P-R-O-M-I-S-E. This promise is for whom? For your specific target audience. All right. Example, if we use the Aesop famous folk tale about the hare and the tortoise, right? What is the moral point? Please unmute yourself. What is the moral point? What is the moral of the story?
Okay, hi John.
Hi.
So, okay, thanks for giving me the opportunity to unmute myself. Okay, so I would say the moral point is we must not be complacent with our success now, as others will overtake us, even though they are slower, as they can work hard.
This is a refined higher level of moral point, correct also, right? But the basic moral point is slow and steady wins the race. Right? Slow and steady wins the race. You have taken it to another level, congratulations. Huh? And nearer to promise. So that's a good effort, right? So we getting, yeah, Dr. Shamini, you want to contribute?
I was just going to say slow and steady wins the race.
That is the basic moral of the story. Nothing wrong. Huh? We start with the moral point. Huh? Yeah, because the folk tales were meant for children. Huh? Of course, adults also can get. Huh? Slow and steady win the race. Huh? You don't want to complexify it to success lah. What? Then children will say, "Ayo, why so difficult?" Huh? So basic. Huh? Now we convert into a promise. In all brand communication, in good public speaking, we want to convert to a promise. Because if you make a speech, slow and steady wins the race, do not be complacent, all right? Like Ken mentioned just now, it's right. But not powerful enough. All right? In Malaysia, we say not powderful enough. What would be the promise to the target audience? This is pre-scripting. We haven't started scripting yet. Please have the patience, diligence to do pre-scripting, which is what this session is about. What would be the promise? The promise will come from 3 factors: pleasure point, passion point, pain point. Contribution, please. What would be the promise from that moral point? In other words, if we haven't learned this method of public speaking as we are now, we would have done a speech, slow and steady wins the race. Okay, it's just so-so speech, not powerful. Right? We want to be powerful to inspire, transform. What would be the promise? And once we establish that, that promise drives our speech. What would there be? Any contribution? Please focus. We're using the hare and tortoise as an example. What would that be? Give it a shot. Lei Hang? How come we're getting the same batch of people contributing? The others, please do interact as well.
Yeah, John, so the promise would be from my own interpretation. No matter how slow you are, but if you put continuous effort into it, you'll succeed one day. Is that the promise?
That is a probable one. That is like the pleasure point. You can still succeed as long as you keep doing it. That's a pleasure point. What about a passion point? I'll give you an example, passion point. There are things in your life, many of us got many types of dreams. Some dreams we do not pursue because, for instance, You may want to learn music that your younger days you couldn't afford piano lessons. Then now something missing in your life, isn't it? Wouldn't you like to pick up music? Go at a slow pace, you eventually will excel, huh? Because as we said, if you delay learning the piano or the violin or the guitar or the singing now, 2 years from now, you will regret. If you started today, even slow progress, 2 years from now, you could be performing. That's an example of a passion point. Make sense? Are we getting it? If you're getting it, type 1. In the chat box. If you're not getting it, type 2. Now, let's look into the power one, the pain point. The pain point. Example of pain point, I give you one. Then afterwards, I'll ask for contribution. Have you heard this phrase? One famous playwright came up with this. Yeah? He said, the trouble with this world is intelligent people are full of doubt, while stupid people are full of confidence. This fellow is a very sarcastic playwright, but a lot of truth there, right? Isn't it? The trouble with this world is a lot of intelligent people full of doubt, meaning they don't do what they want to do, and stupid people full of confidence. Example of pain point. We go for higher education on the assumption that we will go very far in life. Am I not right? We don't study for the sake of studying per se, correct? But we lack the confidence, we lack the motivation, we lack the courage, isn't it? And so we don't take the action. And so a pain point would be, if you don't start on the dream that you want to pursue, yeah, the ambition that you want to pursue, the education you got to, costing your parents really painful livelihood to send you to university would have been wasted. It's an example of a pain point. Pleasure point is this moral point will be useful for you to pursue your, typically your dreams, your aspiration, whatever, right? Passion is something that you want to do, but you hesitated for whatever reason, and you did not get started, right? And this third one is a pain point. Pain point works the best based on research. It is about, if I don't pursue something that I want, what pain would I feel? So literally, that's the meaning of pain point. Are we getting it? Another example, a bit cliche, but still meaningful, right? We will have regrets into our later years of life, or regret for life. That's the pain point, right? We awake people through pain point, not through pleasure point. Awake meaning a lot of us are sleeping at one time or another. By sleeping, I don't mean on the bed. We're sort of dormant and not really totally pursuing what we want to do. So now and then we give people what we call an awakening, isn't it? A wake-up call. Wake-up call comes from pain point. Got it? Right? Well, it needs effort to come up with a framework. Doing the script later, you find is actually easy because you spend time on the framework. Next, You want to make your speech richer, R-I-C-H, richer. You want to have a concept, C-O-N-C-E-P-T, right? Or a vehicle, right? If I were to do a speech on the basic moral point of don't give up, keep going, I would now turn the promise that you can still achieve what you want to achieve. Don't give up on it and then feel empty inside, which is a pain point, yeah, some emptiness inside. And the vehicle or concept I will use is fly like an eagle or rise above the storm. I use the analogy of the eagle. You know, the eagle is the only bird that doesn't run away from storm. They go straight into the storm. They spread the wings, lock it, and allow the air to thrust them upward and rise above a storm. So I did research on this before I did our speech. Practically everybody loves it. Because using a vehicle is better than just using words per se. So that's metaphorical. So concept or vehicle. You may want to add one more element if it's useful. We call a theme, T-H-E-M-E. A theme. The theme in simple language is the unifying idea throughout your speech. We're talking about movie is one unifying idea that continues wrap the whole story. Yeah. There are many themes. Example, the underdog. Someone not given a great chance to succeed in certain thing or getting something. Then we have the Top Gun. You know a Top Gun? Top Gun in the Air Force is like the best in the field. Then we have the dark horse. Not given the chance to win a race, but miraculously win the race. All right. Then we have rags to riches. Then we have the hero returns, popularly known as the hero's journey. Go as a simple person, come back with transformation to something else. You could add in that, isn't it? So it's much stronger than just a moral point, which is okay, but it's so cliche and normal, and also doesn't appeal to the target audience specifically, right? It's the promise. What's in it for me that I want to hear? Then we can evoke that emotion, right? Then, before we go into the structure, what other elements? We go into the opening first. There are 3 pointers there. You start with an attention grabber, typically. Soon as possible, you outline the promise. That's why prescripting is important. Outline the promise. What will they get out of this speech? What will they suffer if they do not implement the great idea, message that you are giving in this speech? All right. And then the third one, what we call signpost. If you're doing the universal format, universal format is not like very stylish, but really hardworking and workable, right? Tell people what you are going to tell them. So let's say I have a speech, fly without wings. Of course, I've been a trained copywriter, my speech a bit sexy. Sexy means attractive way. Fly without wings. I start with FLY, first love yourself. Because if you love yourself, you can fly without wings. Remember there was a song by R. Kelly, Fly Without Wings? But first love for yourself was my concept. Huh? So sometimes you scroll internet, you can get some ideas here and there. I saw FLY, fly, first love yourself. Now, if you want to achieve your vision in life, I started the speech, right? You must first love yourself. How? 3 signposts: love, courage, responsibility. Right? Love, courage. Love, to be exact, actually honesty. That means love what you honestly want. Huh? So 3 ways to first love yourself under the whole umbrella of love yourself, be honest of what you want inside. Don't give up your inner child. Second, what would be the key element? Courage. Remember, courage is created. Huh? Courage is not something that's in us all the time. You go for new challenges, you need to create new challenge, new courage. You go for higher level, you create another level of courage, right? Something happens in life, like the pandemic or the earthquake or some disaster, not my fault. Would there be a possibility that the people in your audience have given up on their dreams because of external factors? So the third point is take responsibility for your life. All right? So we're going to the overall, and then after we move to the next page, the next slide, for you to come up with and play with the structure if you have not been doing that. Because reading from a manual, like this, you go through. Our memory and subconscious doesn't work like that. That's why this whole segment is termed visualizing transformation with emotion. Our memory and subconscious, meaning the brain as well, how does it work? It remembers visuals and imagery. It doesn't remember words. So the people who artist inclination, they have a great advantage. You know, they draw a picture or graphic or whatever. But never mind. After I show you some sample mind map, you don't need to be a great artist to mind map. But you need to go into visuals. Mind map is a visual, right? And then you internalize with emotion. Anything you internalize with emotion, the subconscious accept it as truth. That's how we develop good habits and bad habits. And then the subconscious go into pilot auto control, pilot mode. You keep doing the same thing over and over until you reprogram, right? That's what this segment is all about. Huh? You convert it into a mind map. You could draw pictures, why not? But not entirely necessary. We just want to have visual and then internalize with emotion, right? We fit into the subconscious. First of all, we fit into the brain. The brain likes visuals. The brain likes emotion. Instead of triggering 2 points in the brain, I won't go into details. It's not a scientific class. But if you fit visuals with emotion, it triggers another 4 points in our brain. And then it also fit into your subconscious. You can program and reprogram. And months later, even years later, it will come back to you. That is what this session is about. Huh? Learn to mind map visuals. Visualize with internalize with emotion. All right. Now, then we go to the closing. Universal speech format, which is a very usable format, is very basic and fundamental. Do we know why? Because a person sitting down there hearing your public speech is not reading a textbook or a book or a document. The person cannot backtrack. Can the person do that? You can't. You read a book, you're not certain, you want to get back to what you learned earlier, you forget, you backtrack. But in public speaking, you don't, isn't it? You don't tell Dr. Shamini, what were you saying just now? That is a discussion. That is not witnessing a public speech, right? Public speech is a person go on and on and on. So it's our duty, my duty as a public speaker, if I really want to inspire, transform people, right? It is my duty to simplify the process, right? Attention grabber, relating to the promise. How to get the promise? 3 ways. 3 to 5, 1 to 3, not more than that. So body, after we go into more segment under the next page, right? In my case, how to be flying without wings to achieve your ambition, right? Love yourself. First thing, be honest with what you want. That is true love, right? Honor your inner child. Second, courage to go forward. Like what Disney famously say, all dreams can be achieved if you have the courage to pursue them. And then third, take responsibility. Because if I don't take responsibility, even external factors beyond my control, I cannot move forward. If I cannot move forward, I cannot achieve a dream. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to give up on your dreams and live a life of happiness? The closing. Then we wrap with call to action. That is a great speech. Why is that a great speech? Because it's based on real emotions that are vibrating in your specific target audience, correct? Right, now let's look at into the next page. Master the universal persuasive speech framework format. Master. Earlier on, I said there is this universal format, and I tell you, because sometimes I'm exasperated. Some of them are my friends, so I could speak to them very directly. I say, when are you going to understand the universal format? Why is your speech all over the place? You understand the meaning all over the place? Why can't you stick to this format, which I just now spelled out to you, all right? Now, my map now, after I show you a couple of samples. The sample are very detailed, right? That one is for long time use. So my map your own, based on what I share with you. My map here, just now we have the key elements. You don't need that. Key elements is how to come to a promise. Then you create a concept, a theme, a metaphor, a vehicle, a theme as well. Then you can infuse into your scripting. Now, the user format is as simple as this, right? You start with always knowing what is my key message. Your key message comes from the promise. The promise comes from the moral point. The moral point comes from the original idea, right? So we proceeded from there, the key elements, just I give you a broad overview. Now, into the exact structure. Please write down this structure and internalize and really embrace this structure. It is still a workable structure. If you enter international speech contest, you use this structure, they will laugh at you because not creative, huh? If you enter contest, it's different. You go into a looser form where body maybe not in 3 parts, maybe in just one story. But today we are not into that contest format, into this basic user format used all over the world. still very workable for people even presenting multi-million-dollar presentation, right? Now, the format is just this. Key message. What is my key message? People who are not well-versed with marketing communication, brand communication, they don't fully understand what is the key message. Sometimes we call the take-home value, the value you can take home. The key message should be always on the first page we already covered, the promise. What is the promise is the key message. And therefore, the promise drives your speech. Number one, opening, 3 pointers, attention grabber, expose the promise soon as possible, and then how to achieve the promise through signposts, 3 signposts. Going to the body, number 1. What is pointer number 1? In the example I'm using, pointer number 1. Love to yourself by being honest to your inner child. That's the point. Briefly explain the point, because words have different context to everyone unless you briefly explain what is the pointer you want to talk about. So establish the context, context. What is the meaning? What is the scope of meaning you're addressing? So simple, pointer 1, briefly explain pointer 1. After briefly explaining pointer 1, then you go into illustrate with your story or personal experience. Now, all I'm sharing with you today is in the manual. If you look at how to organize your speech, right? But the thing is, manual written in prose, very hard to internalize. So it's good that we convert to your own mind map, all right? Convert in your own mind map, and from now on, be driven by the mind map. Second, repeat the process. Pointer 2, briefly explain pointer 2. Illustrate with your personal experience. Third pointer, same process. All right? Same process. Then go to closing. You need to bridge to the closing. Don't just suddenly jump to conclusion. Bridge to closing. That is mastery of words. We'll cover under the workshop 2 later. Now, closing start with a quick summary of the 3 pointers to achieve your promise, the promise to the specific audience. All right. At the opening, you tell people what you want to tell them to achieve their ambition, whatever, based on your story. All right. Then you tell them. All right. The closing, you tell them, refresh them. This is what I have told you. Now, this is not being long-winded. This is because oral communication, you need to keep people on track. A lot of people don't do that. So summary of the pointers to your vision, go back to the promise, to whatever you promise you come about. In my case is, if you don't pursue that ambition you want, would you prefer to choose a life of emptiness? Benjamin Franklin famously said, many people actually die at the age of 25. They only get buried at 75. Many people die at the age of 25, but they only get buried at the age of 75. What does it mean? Many people given up on their ambition and have emptiness inside, just to stress emptiness. Then I have reaffirmed the promise, summary, reaffirm the promise, similar to one, but add on the pain point, right? The pain point was Benjamin Franklin quote, right? Many people die at the age of 25. They only get buried at 75. Oh my gosh, for 40, 50 years, a person has been empty in life. What for walk on earth empty, isn't it? We know that. It is not the years we put in life that matter, but the life we put in our years, so to speak, right? And then call to action. Call to action means they must take action immediately. If you're doing business, straight away they must do something. Straight away they must sign up for your workshop. Straight away you must give them a free induction training seminar or whatever, right? They must do something. Straight away, if you're giving an inspiration speech, straight away this evening, spend some me time by today before you sleep. Put on paper that ambition you want. That is the real call to action. Done. Now we are a bit tight of time now. I'm going to be a bit faster. It's already 4:14. We're supposed to read 4:20. 4:25 is okay. Now, mind map your speech framework. Extending from the second page just now, whatever you speech, now you internalize the speech framework. I'm going to show you a sample afterwards, huh? But beware, that one is a very detailed sample. So that's why the previous speech I asked you to do the basic structure. Are you with me? The basic structure, right? And you go with it. The mind map I show you is a very detailed structure, all right? Not for individual speech, but for further enhancement of your speech. And then, how do you practice delivering a great speech without writing a full script? You trust me. If you go to that full works that we have gone through today, spend time on the ideation, narrow down to one idea. What is the moral point? Single-minded. How to convert to a promise. Come up with a concept or vehicle to drive a story. Metaphor, analogy, whatever, right? Then evoke that emotion right at the opening through that universal format we were talking about just now. Before you start scripting, internalize. Trust me, the brain will work power, your experience related story will come. Yeah, of course, you already put in your basic mind map there. First, illustrate with personal experience. You do that. You do that over and over, internalize. What I do is when I do a script, I internalize for a few days, words will come. I like walking. Walking is proven over the years that ideas will come to you, crystallize. And then I sit down. I do that for all my speeches. I do that for all my workshops, right? It will work for you as well. Don't take the shortcut. Learn to script based on the framework. One fine day, I don't know how, depending on how much you practice potentiation. Let me jump the slide. Potentiation. We're not covering this. I put in there. Potentiation. There's something, a correct method you keep doing over and over and over the shortest possible time. One day, I don't know when, as we say, it is in your hands. After a few months of still scripting, after that, you do not need to do full scripting anymore and do speeches. Why? Because you're making a public speech on inspiration. You're not issuing a press release like government ministers or some CEOs where you need to publish regarding sustainability. The media have to hear you say exactly what you have, right? We're giving public speech. It is your own personal idea. That's why this morning, go into your own personal idea. You have lots of there, hundreds, 200 ideas, right? When you share on your personal experience, you do not need the full script. You can paraphrase, P-A-R-A-P-H-R-A-S-E, from the word praise, paraphrase, say in another way. Important thing is the essence of your pointers. Important thing is the essence of your illustration of your experience. As evidence you have achieved what you are sharing with people. So learn to mind map, number one. Learn to internalize with visuals, with emotion, put into your subconscious mind. And third, trust your subconscious to flow. Your subconscious will flow because our subconscious mind is a way of making our life easy. You learn how to drive, you drive competently, you don't need to drive next 5 years, you can still drive. Depending how much of potentiation you put into it, correct? So put a lot of potentiation, it becomes so unconsciously competent. You go and do your speech, you flow. All right? My first 10 speeches I scripted. After that, I did not script. All were great speeches. I dare say, because it's based on the intention. Huh? And you can do the same, right? Because your own personal speech, you don't need a full script. You need the pointers only, right? Because it is said, I'm sure you heard, the best speaker is an impromptu speaker. Not an impromptu speaker who speak nonsense, but an impromptu speaker speak as if it is like a full prepared speech. And you give the person just short notice, he or she can do it, all right? Now, on that note, I show you a couple of samples for mind map, and we are at the end of a journey today, unless you have a few questions to ask. After, we still allow some minutes for those who have Q&A, just for your information. 4:30, we wrap. Those who have burning Q&A, burning question to ask, will still be around from 4:30 to 4:45, all right? Meanwhile, I show you a couple of mind maps which are in the folder. You please use them. I won't explain because it's very detailed. You look at it, you understand. Huh? The purpose of this mind map is to encourage you get into a mind map habit, get into internalizing script through the mind map structure, and then trust your subconscious to flow. All right. Now let's look at a sample, and then I show you some pick at random app on the online at random that we can use for scripting if you prefer to use an online app. I prefer pen and paper. As I said, I won't go into detail because that will take half an hour and is explanatory. Good mind maps are self-explanatory. The purpose of this session is to encourage you, coerce you, C-O-E-R-C-E. I see a note here, Minka. Paper and pen cheaper than a drawing tablecloth. If you're rich enough, go to the Hilton, use the tablecloth. It costs you only 200 ringgit. Okay. But otherwise, use pen and paper. Very humorous, Minka. Very good. Let's look at the some sample. Allow me to. This is an example of a mind map, which I find too busy. A lot of mind maps, as taught by Tony Buzan, starts from the middle. Am I not right? Because it's supposed to send out neural, brainwaves, whatever. That's complicated. And for public speaking, we don't need that. We don't need that. Afterwards, I show you some samples of those. Since we're on the subject, I show you some samples. That if you want to use an app, there are many now, many. 5 years ago, there were less, now many. Let us use those that are simple and for speech purpose. I do mind map coming up from the side. As I will show you my paper sample afterwards. Okay, I'm back to Zoom here. Apologies for the delay. Now there are too many things on the laptop. Let me kill away some things first. Thousand apologies, please bear with me. I'm killing off some documents first. Finally, thank you for your patience. This is an online app, which you see here. There are no pictures, no images, not necessary. Mind map, not necessary, must have drawings, right? And it is suitable for public speaking, I believe. You see on the left side, you convert into what is your key message, and then you could go into the, can you see the mind map? This is not mine. I just picked from online to illustrate. They can use from the online if you prefer. If you don't like to draw on paper, do your mind map on paper. Opening, body, 3 parts to the body, expand the body, 3 parts. Pointer 1, briefly explain, illustration. Repeat process, closing. You adapt, just 1 closing and 3 key pointers. So this is highly usable, isn't it? Huh? Get straight away into using a mind map. You haven't started the habit yet. And you internalize the mind map, what you want to do, internalize, still do scripting, but the scripting is just as what we call a reference point. Bring it along, make a speech. But your practice, but your rehearsal is going to be on the mind map. This is what I do all the time for the last many years. Yeah, many years. I share this secret with you, don't tell the whole world. Even when I'm invited to speak at international convention, national convention, I still internalize from the mind map, not the full script, right? But don't tell the whole world. Then they think I'm taking the shortcut, but it's not a shortcut. It is a method. It's a method. Trust your brain to work for you. In other words, make the brain work for you in the way the brain works and your subconscious. Then many more examples. So I will show you mine. It's in your link there, but just show you for the purpose of this seminar. Finally, can you see this?
Yes.
Yes.
Isn't it a masterpiece? Not to praise myself. All you need to know about outline of a winning universal format, what goes in there, the need for charisma, the need for take-home value, how to deliberate, engage your audience, organize your speech, 3 key pointers as I share with you, explain it briefly, put in your personal experience, etc. Then how to, before that, use of words, use of diction, how to write words that suit vocal tonality, suit body language. Are there visual aids used? Will there be creativity? Are you using storytelling? Everything is inside this small A4 paper. Isn't this great? If you haven't implemented this method, wouldn't you love to implement this method and make your life more powerfully convenient? Right? This is how we make use of a mind map in the own way. No need to use pictures. I always start my mind map, as I show you the online app just now, from the side. You can start from the middle, but I find it practical to start on the side. Right? So we are done. Today I exceeded slightly. It's almost 4:30. We're going to wrap now. I'm going to pass control to club president. And then, going by the schedule, if you have questions to ask pertaining to what was covered session 2, please stay on. We shall be open for another 15 minutes to honor your time. So I pass control back to club president Kenting before I go to a Q&A session if people are interested to ask.
Sure, thank you, John. Zoom Master, can you share the slide for the following session? So, well, distinguished Toastmaster, fellow Toastmaster and guests, we have now just ended the workshop, a very fantastic and amazing workshop. And this workshop is actually impossible without the help of our distinguished Toastmaster, Jon Tan. So I would like to present a certificate personally to Jon Tan. So this is presented to distinguished Toastmaster Jon Tan for being the guest speaker of the workshop, Scripting Great Speeches Fast, from Min Kang, the organizing chair, Vice President of Education of UMTMC, as well as from me personally as President of UMTMC. So later on, after this workshop, I will send this PDF to you, John.
Thank you very much. I want to venture to say, it's not because I'm praising the organizing team because they organize, because these 4 guys, they put in a magnificent effort. In 1 week, they managed to pull off a workshop with a lot of participants. Bear in mind, many workshops are going around. So credit to Kenting Cup President, Min Kang, the VPE, and Zoom
Master, yeah,
the Zoom Master. Have I left out anyone?
I think that's about it.
That's about it. 4 person I forgot, included myself.
Most important one.
After 1 day workshop, the brain not so memorable. Okay, just joking. Remember, respect the brain. Now we have closed. Thank you very much for staying on.
Sorry, John. I think I have still a closing address. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I shall take the closing address.
So I'll deliver my closing address.
Yeah.
And then we officially
go to the
end this workshop.
All right.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Toastmaster, distinguished Toastmaster, members and guests, how long is 14,400 seconds? Can you imagine that? It is the time that it takes today for all of us to learn to script great speeches fast. I want to thank every one of you joining today's workshop. I appreciate the engagement that all of you have contributed to this workshop. I believe this workshop is important, and especially in the world where ideas are valued and needed, we need the ability to share inspiring ideas, innovative thoughts, and our creative wisdom. And in fact, there's no better way than doing it without the great speeches, where we can impart our knowledge and share our ideas to create an impact to the people around us. I'm delighted to host this workshop for all of you because I sincerely believe the skills, the insights, knowledge that you gain today will be long-lasting, and you are going to internalize it from today's onward. I want to especially thank our speaker, Distinguished Toastmaster Jon Tan, for being the speaker for today's workshop. Jon is an incredible and resourceful person, and I truly appreciate the opportunity that I have today with him for such an inspiring and incredible workshop. I want to especially thank our Vice President of Education, Toastmaster Min Kang, Presentation Mastery Level 1, for being the organizing chair of today's workshop. Min Kang, Jon, and I cooperate, discuss, and plan to make this workshop possible, and of course, together with our Zoom Master, Kui Min. And not to forget, I want to especially thank my Executive Officer team, Sergeant at Arms Toastmaster Joshua, Treasury Toastmaster Lucy, Vice President of Public Relations Toastmaster Samia, Vice President of Membership Toastmaster 1, and Secretary Toastmaster Elaine for their support and cooperation to make sure this workshop promotion went smoothly. I also want to especially thank our Zoom Master for today's workshop, Kui Min. I appreciate his help, and the workshop would not be conducted smoothly without his help as a Zoom Master. And finally, I want to thank all of you here, my fellow participants. You are the soul for today's workshop, where your participation make this workshop possible. I'm blown away by the engagement and candor that you all have contributed to this workshop, and I truly appreciate it. And on that note, thank you everyone for joining today's workshop. And guess what? We all can now script great speeches fast. Thank you.
Thank you much, Mr. Club President. I really honor him. At his age, he writes well, he speaks well. Mr. Club President, thank you. Right?
Thank you, Jon.
Now, we are open for another 10 minutes up to 4:45. Official workshop has ended. If you want to go ahead with your plans, go ahead. But if you want to ask pertinent question to afternoon session, we have 10 minutes or even slightly longer if necessary. And this one, we will not have the Zoom Master to pick and choose, because now it's free and easy. You just want to ask question, unmute and ask. Pertinent to session 2 this afternoon.
Yep, I have lifted the restriction. You may unmute freely.
Yeah.
Okay. Hi, Jon.
Hi.
So just now I heard about the way to write a great script, but fortunately I'm unable to catch up with the way. So may I know what are the ways to write a great script?
Catch up. Today we haven't done scripting because earlier on perhaps you didn't catch the message I sent out. Today is about understanding the framework only.
Oh no, because I heard about there's one word where you say we should do internalization of the script.
Or internalization of the script via the framework.
Yeah, because I think there's one process like the promise and something, but I couldn't remember much.
Promise. We start with the idea, then what is the moral point? Convert it to a promise that is relevant to the target person, target audiences. Pleasure point or passion point. Better still, pain point. Pleasure point is what the target person wants out of life. Passion point refers to the word passion. In my context would be, there are things we want to do. Better do them. Otherwise, you only live life once. We all know that, huh? And a lot of people live a life of emptiness. Really, huh? And the third one is the powderful one. Huh? In Malaysia, we say powderful, not powerful. The powderful one is, what is the pain point if you don't pursue your dream, if you don't pursue your passion? That goes into the promise. Yeah. And that promise is what is known in the universe as your key message. Key message, having just a basic moral point, is not strong enough. You need to convert it into a promise. Understanding. Please refer to the workbook. Understanding universal values, understanding human desires, understanding consumer insight. What is the same emotion that's present in a specific group of people? That is what makes it powerful, because you really talking directly to them. Yeah. And once you become proficient in your club speaking, go and speak at other clubs, because familiarity gives you a sense of confidence plus a huge sense of complacency. Because people already know you. Whatever you say, they cheer. Your friends cheer you isn't all the time, right? They're not your devil's advocates. You know, devil's advocates, people who really spur you on to your next level of performance. So speak at other clubs. Now, there's something I want to say, and I will say useful to all of us, although you didn't ask the question. When we first start speaking, we like to speak to a small audience, correct? Now, how do you know you have grown as a speaker? One day you ask, so small audience, you have grown. And another came, huge audience, oh, I love it. Then you have grown into a powerful speaker. It is always like that. When we start things smaller, as you become more proficient and masterful, you want a bigger audience. So push yourself through potentiation to that day as fast as possible where you love a big audience. It's just like pop star. They don't like to stand on a stage with an empty audience, isn't it? Right? Something for you to think about and practicalize. Yeah. Any other question?
Thank you, John. See you again. I'm looking forward to the next session. It is very helpful for me.
Yeah, second workshop, we go to plan up to the UMTMC is the art and craft of scripting. That one we're going to use some words.
I have a question, John.
Yeah.
Just now you're showing your own mind map, but it's a little bit complicated for me. I don't know where to start looking, which part to start explore.
Everyone who saw the mind map will say, oh yeah, so much. Yes. That one is a lifetime guide to public speaking. The basic guide just now already gone through you, the basic, key message, promise, opening, body, closing. That's the basic guide. But public speaking is just not as simple as that. We have the idea, the moral point, the promise, the concept or vehicle to drive your message, make it more interesting. You may put in a theme, dark horse, underdog, rags to riches, transformation, whatever. But in your script, but today we don't go into it. Today we just stick to the framework. In your real script, do you need to include vocal tonality? Do you need to include body language? Mingkang, I ask you.
It's part of the technical thing, right? It's not part of the content.
If you don't put into the mind map, you wouldn't be writing words that allow and facilitate vocal variety and body language or creativity. Do you want to use a visual aid? Even to use a visual aid, it must be purposeful. So all this is part of your mind map. So my detailed map has all those details inside there.
All right, understood.
Understand? Today, I don't want to frighten you people, right? You need all that. You want to engage people. Do you need to put that deliberately engage people? You want to come out as a charismatic speaker, right? Authoritative yet friendly. Do you need to put the guide terms there? You script to what you predetermine. You see or not? While we cannot master all the detailed elements, a good starting point is the basic framework. Then you progress further, add in some more, add in some more, add in some more. Yeah. Make sense?
Okay, understood already.
All right, one more question, and then the Zoom master said he has to lock us. I'm just joking. One more question.
Hi, John. Okay, so because before this, I heard you mentioning about some quotes in the script. So is it necessary to add quotes in our script?
Come to the second workshop because we will cover that. How to start your speech with 8 possible ways. Attention grabber in 8 possible ways. How to use words. How to use sources of credibility, one of which is quotes, part of research and presenting. Yeah. Credible. If you live a meaningful, purposeful life with success and struggle, you are also a credible source of credibility. We want credibility in whatever you say in the speech, right? You say no? You don't need to put in the source of reference like you do a thesis paper for bachelor or master or doctorate. 45 words, you don't need that. You just put a name there, hopefully a real name. If you put a fictitious name, no one will know. Wow, joking that they quoted 3 things, actually fake one. It doesn't matter. At least you quote somebody. I'm not joking about that. As long as you give the source, S-O-U-R-S-E. Throw any question?
Okay, thank you for your answer, John.